so receiving the trophy.
Gains on the force line.
£25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It's the final day's worth of action in Group A here at Champions Week, and come the end of play this afternoon, somebody's going to be one step closer to lifting this trophy. It's Graham Usher who holds all the cards. He has a 4-point lead going into Wednesday's action, and the asset Paul Nicholson has been reflecting on the first 2 days worth of play.
Graham Usher remains top of Group A. He was perfect on Monday, and despite 2 losses on Tuesday, he's in pole position for automatic Champions Night qualification. It's been a below par week so far for world champion Shane Mcguirk. However, he showed significant signs of improvement on day 2. Jimmy Vansky is the only player with 2 ton plus averages so far this week. With 3 wins on each day, he sits in joint second position. Coulson will need a huge day if he's going to threaten top spot. Despite the strong start to Group A, yesterday only saw him win 1 game. Vanderlddera was the best performer on Tuesday with 4 consecutive victories. He sits on 12 points coming into the final day of Group A. Scott Taylor had glimpses of brilliance, but his inconsistency currently sees him in 5th place.
Vincent and Matt are with us in the studio this morning to look ahead to all of the day's action. Graham Usher has a 4-point lead at the top of the table, Vincent, and he should really get the job done today, shouldn't he?
Yeah, that is. But on the other side, yeah, it's a different kind of pressure today for him, because he knows it's him. He should win this group now, and yeah, how is he going to handle that pressure? It's different than normal.
Fair to say he's been a step above so far this week.
He has. He's been very consistent. I've really enjoyed his finishes under pressure. Those sort of low-ton combinations, he's hit one in virtually every single match. But just to echo what Vincent was saying there, I think it's very important that Graham Usher's coming into today with maybe something to lose for the first time. He'll feel like he's pretty much there. Certainly if he sees any reaction across social media, if he looks at the table, if he looks at the odds, it all suggests that Graham Usher's going to get over the line today. But there's still a job to be done.
Well, this is how the table looks going into the final day's worth of action in this Group A. Graham Usher with a 4-point lead from Jimmy Vansky and Vanderlddera yesterday. Perhaps the biggest surprise was Coulson picking up just the 1 win, means he goes from being Graham Usher's closest challenger to 4th position in the group. In terms of Graham, Vincent, what has been, from your perspective, the most impressive aspect of his play this week so far?
He's the most consistent. If he plays a little bit less than he normally does, he still managed to win those games or get very close to winning their games. So yeah, he's very hard to beat this week, and that's very important, that you don't that your opponent is not comfortable against you.
In terms of Jimmy Vansky, was there a real upturn in performance yesterday?
There was, but he needs to go up again today. Today needs to be perfect for Jimmy Vansky. He's got this explosive nature in him. We know how good he can be. We know how well he's played on the big occasion, on the big day, on finals day. So if he wants to win this group and get that straight bypass to Saturday night, he's going to have to be perfect today, and maybe even hope for results elsewhere, because he's going to need to see Graham Usher slip other than that head-to-head clash between them. He's got to hit the ground running today. First game is vital.
Vanderlddera very much improved yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. We were only talking about Graham Usher, Jimmy Vansky, but he's on the same points as Jimmy Vansky, and he's playing him the first game. I think that's a big advantage for Usher, because he can make a bigger gap with one of the two players. But Jurjen van der Velde is playing really well. Nobody talk about him, but yeah, he won 4 matches yesterday. If he can do that today, maybe one better, then he could be a Group A winner.
And crucially beat Jimmy Vansky in that final game yesterday. Now, these are the stats for the week so far. And I suppose what jumps off the page, Matt, is Derek Coulson, highest average of the week, yet finds himself in 4th position.
Yeah, it's a bit baffling, isn't it? And do you know what is quite interesting there? His highest average is 98, but his running average is 94. That tells you that he's consistent. His average isn't inflated by having one big performance. It's actually a very consistent high standard. But Vincent mentioned yesterday on commentary that one of the most important things with this game is those sort of checkouts, sort of 61, 66, 72, and they're the things that Derek Coulson's not been getting. So although the average has been there, to get the level of control that he's going to need in this group, he's got to start taking out those low combinations.
What else stood out for you, Vincent, in terms of the stats so far this week?
Well, you can see, again, Jurjen van der Velde, he doesn't have the highest average. He's got, after Shane Mcguirk, the lowest average of them all, but he's very hard to beat, so he does the things in the right moments, and then stats don't mean anything.
Well, that is the stats. Let's have a look at the odds. And is this a little bit of a pointless slide to put up here, Vincent? Graham Usher goes off 2-11 favourite.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah.
If someone's going to stop him, who do you think does stop him?
You got a feeling still Jimmy Vansky. But again, if Jurjen can win the first game against Jimmy Vansky, he will be his main opponent.
Just a quick word on the bottom two. Scott Taylor, Shane Mcguirk. Is today about regrouping ahead of a Group C campaign?
For Shane Mcguirk, he needs to find his throw. That's the biggest issue right now. He's hopping, he's getting frustrated, and he's getting frustrated because he doesn't feel comfortable. If he was just not playing well but felt like his throw was working for him, you don't get frustrated. It's when you're trying to figure it out. Scott Taylor, on the other hand, I think he's going to be a danger today. He always gets better as the week goes on. I think he's going to upset someone today with a big Scott Taylor-esque performance.
Big first game between Jurjen van der Velde and Jimmy Vansky. The winner of this match is the most likely player to challenge Graham Usher at the top of the table.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. And plus, Group B is then almost sure.
Well, we can see both players warming up. What can you kind of tell from the mannerisms of both players?
It's nothing to tell now. It's just last rows. They both feel good. They're looking at us right now. They know we're talking about them, but they seem relaxed. And yeah, we'll see. I expect a good match, a tense match as well.
A very tense match. And Jimmy, as we know, Matt, is such an experienced campaigner. A 4th Champions Week for him. He's one of the best winners we've ever had in this building.
He's due, isn't he? He's going to win one soon, that's for sure. And there's a lot of people, myself included, think it could be this week. He's an exceptional talent that's trending in the right direction. But when you look at them down there, they keep looking up here, don't they? They're trying to read when this is going because they're eager to start today. They're excited, they're ready because this is decision day. And this is where we're going to find out how the back end of the week's going to go. We both going Graham Usher to win the group?
Yeah, for me, yeah, definitely.
Remember last week when we had the discussion about who we think's going to win Champions Week? And I said Graham Usher could be the dark horse. So I've got to stick with my dark horse here. And right now he's not. It's a big favourite.
Matt, Vincent, thank you very much as ever. So game number 1 is a meeting between Jurjen van der Velde and Jimmy Vansky. The winner will be the closest rival to Graham Usher at the top of Group A. Whereas for the loser, it will be all about consolidating a place in tomorrow night's Group B. It's game on the opening day of Group A. The first game of Wednesday is about to get underway. Jimmy Vansky and Jurjen van der Velde gets us underway on this Wednesday morning here on Pluto TV. And up in the commentary box, Vincent van der Voort is alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. And happy birthday, Henry. Well, many happy returns to our presenter for Wednesday. Spending his birthday with us. He wouldn't do anything else, would he? Well, it's also Phil Taylor's birthday today, so happy birthday to the greatest that's ever thrown a dart. And we might as well throw in Alan Shearer as well. Jimmy Vansky, however, is someone who is very good at getting off the mark this week. As for Jurgen Vanderlddera, I am completely on board with what Vincent van der Voort has just said. He's very much gone under the radar the last couple of days, but he's got the same amount of points as Jimmy starting on Wednesday. So it will be interesting to see who gets the better start here in this first game of Wednesday, because over the next 15 games, Vincent, we are going to put somebody into the Saturday Night Spectacular. We think it's going to be Graham Usher, but we wouldn't mind a bit of a twist over the course of the 15 games we've got.
Let's hope that it's going to be very tense until the last game. But yeah. Usher is in a great position. We know that. And these two guys know that this is a must-win to stay close to him.
85.
Yeah, George Baker is your referee for the third consecutive day. We're in good hands with George. But the interesting thing for me, looking at the previous games that we've had in round one this week, is that Jimmy Vansky has had 2 games in round one. He's won them both. Jurgen van der Velde has had 2 games in round one and lost them both. So based on the fact that Jimmy has the darts here and the better behaviours in round one, he will be a heavy favourite for me to win this one.
100.
And just like that, Jurgen van der Velde has got something to say about it.
Yeah, exactly. It is really difficult. They're playing. They know each other very good. It's also last match of last day or yesterday. Van der Velde beat Vansky, so it's a different mindset now than day one.
100.
That they play each other in the first game. This is now not an open game. They both have their scars already.
75.
And that's one of them for Vansky. Has had a few darts on the floor over the last couple of days. That can't continue. I wonder if Jurgen was thinking about 19s with
Jimmy,
dart number 2 and then decided to go back to the 20s. Doesn't leave himself on a double. That one's in. He's looking at the 48 now. That he does not get.
83.
And this is another very important moment. Although it's the first leg, you want to get this leg done. Get one dart to break the Vansky throw.
56.
Not quite there, and when he does miss, it tends to be a little bit low. So Jimmy does get a chance to hold his throw in this first leg. That is a mystifying dart.
Then he goes for another 18. I don't think that was wise.
And now he's got a block 36. I know he likes double 18, but sometimes you've got to leave tops instead.
22.
And that's the reason why he should have gone another way.
Yeah, this was a mistake. It could cost him.
Game shot in the
A
first
beautiful
leg.
dart from
Jurgen
Jurgen.
van der Velde.
I don't know what you think about double 10, Vincent. I don't know if it's one of the doubles that you liked or
Second leg,
hated.
it's Jurgen to throw first.
Don't like it.
Game on.
I'm with you on that one.
Not at all.
But if you are going to go for double 10, I believe going for the top half is the best thing to do. You've got to stay away from that double 15.
60.
Yeah, definitely. But I always go. I rather go inside than outside, because right-handers is difficult to get in
100.
if you're just outside of the double 10. So I rather go for double 5.
So there you have it. Somebody who likes double 5.
Yeah, but I'm
28.
very tall. So for me, it's easier probably than for somebody who's very small.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jimmy's just got to get his timing right today, I
100.
think. The release of the dart, if it's ever a little bit late, that shoulder gets engaged, and that's when he could potentially lose a dart to the floor because the dart doesn't fly with
95.
integrity.
Yeah, they both have that a little bit. Sometimes it's the throw of Van der Velde is also a little bit jerky. It's just
35.
and another dart on the floor. He's getting frustrated already. We're in leg 2.
And now he can't even hold them. Just a few seconds here for him to gather his thoughts. This is such an important game. And Graham Usher is going to be watching in the practice room. He plays in game 3 against Derek Coulson. That could have been a much more important game, considering what happened to Derek yesterday. but somebody is going to get within 2 points of Graham. He can't influence who does, but the person who wins this game will be his biggest challenger going into the middle of the day. And that's how you recover after having a dart on the floor.
And then all of a sudden you feel much better about yourself and about your game and where the darts are, how the darts are going.
180.
Great response from
Jimmy, you
Vanderlddera.
require
Puts the pressure
86.
right on.
How many times have we seen that this week? Double 16?
Game
That is
shot
a
in the second
wonderful
leg.
dart
Jimmy
from Jimmy.
Vansky.
That's maybe one of the best darts he's thrown this week. Hitting a double 16 that is slightly
Third
shielded
leg, it's Jimmy to throw
by
first.
that second
Get him
dart,
up.
which blocked the bed halfway up.
After the bounce out, hit a 180 and then 86 in 3 darts. That must settle him down.
42.
It shows that he's not dwelling on things that have gone wrong. He's more focused on what he can do about it next.
58.
Yeah, that's a good thing, of course. I mean, darts is a lot of it happens in your head. Eh? It's not like in tennis you can run around and get your tension gone
58.
in hitting a ball very hard. It's just you have to be in control all the time. So what's happened in your head is going to reflect on how you play.
100.
Yeah, Jimmy's first round performances so far include a 4-2 win against Mcguirk yesterday. Not a classic game, 85 average.
100.
But Jimmy did beat Vanderlddera in game 2 on Monday morning in his first game of Champions Week.
58.
Coincidentally, it's actually one game all because when they played in game 14 yesterday, it was actually Vanderlddera that won by 4 legs to 3, putting them in this
57.
position where they're tied on 12 points.
Yeah, that makes this game even more interesting. The last game of yesterday, first game of today. You know each other's game. You know where your faults are. You know where he's good at, and this is a really important one because they're both on 12 points.
Here we go again.
180.
What's going on with back-to-back
Yeah, you
180s this
require
week? It's happened probably
105.
about 10 times. Doesn't get a shot at a double. Jimmy should.
97. Jimmy, you require 64.
It is 64. It sounds like a very easy finish, but you still need a treble to get 2 darts. And he did that. That's a great shot. He knows how important it is. He refocus.
He did this a lot yesterday and to good effect.
Game
He
shot
knows
in the
his
third
game better
leg.
than
Jimmy
anyone.
Vansky.
Great execution from Jimmy.
Fourth leg, it's Jurjen to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what you get if you cross world-class referee Kirk Bevins and Jimmy Vansky?
57.
You actually get a very famous shoe brand. Jimmy Choo.
Never heard of it.
Yes, that's the last of the jokes for Wednesday.
140.
Because the last day of Group A is no joke, that's for sure. And Jimmy has an excellent record of making Saturdays.
140.
Yeah, because he's very consistent, eh? And he's playing, and you can see he's doing everything he can to be there. It's not like
100.
he's down sometimes, or sometimes in matches he's a little bit disappointed with himself, but he goes on and he wants to be there, and he's telling himself he has to be
58.
there, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, the first time he came here as an ADC Europe qualifier, and bearing in mind that he'd actually qualified for 3 visits
135.
prior to his debut. He didn't qualify for Saturday the first time, and every time since he's qualified for the Saturday. That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, then you know you're a very good
100.
player.
Jimmy, you
And
require
this could be his last
126.
chance to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, because he
Just-
might be a tour card holder
yeah.
next year.
He wants to go for that.
He wanted to
Game
go for
shot
that
in
as
the
well,
fourth
and that's
leg.
wonderful
Jimmy
from Jimmy
Vansky.
to take a 3-1 lead. Some plus finishes numerically do come better than that. However, as an execution, that
Fifth
was
leg, it's Jimmy
deadly.
to throw first. Game on.
He is closing Vanderlddera out here.
Yeah, there's not much that Vanderlddera could have done about it. It's
60.
just class. And then as an opponent, you have to accept it, that you play, that your opponent is playing a little bit better than you, and hopefully it goes a little bit off the boil and you can step in.
140.
Something that you said earlier in the game, Vincent, sparked a memory of mine. You said that sometimes playing someone that you're very familiar with will allow you to be more comfortable. Well, I hate to bring this up, but when Michael van Gerwen was getting his first PDC title, it was against you in a final, wasn't it?
Yeah. He beat me in the final, yeah. My first 3 finals was against Jelle Klaassen, which I was traveling with. And Raymond van Barneveld in the UK Open final and Michael van Gerwen. I lost all 3 of them, so they're much too comfortable against me.
97.
There is a chance that these two might play against each other on Thursday and Friday. But the only way that happens is if they both go to Group B. And trust me, they do not want to play each other tomorrow and Friday. They still have ambitions of winning this group.
Yeah, you require 164.
Yeah, rightly so. I mean, you're 4 points behind. You saw what happened to Derek Coulson yesterday. That could also happen to Graham Usher.
64.
So, yeah,
Jimmy, you
have to
require
fancy your chances.
152.
Now, this is a chance to win the game. Now, we have to remember as well that Jimmy and Jurjen have a big leg difference problem
94.
with Graham Usher because they are drastically behind him in that column. It could be very, very vital. Tops for Jurjen. Needs to find it.
60.
Now, this
Jimmy,
single will be very
58.
interesting because the last time he went for a single 18, he hit a 4. That's a lot better. This is for the match. Wonderfully done.
And the match, Jimmy Vansky.
The closest challenger to Usher before he plays on Wednesday is the big man, Jimmy Vansky. He's now 2 points behind Graham Usher, and he has got himself a little bit closer in the leg difference as well with that 4-1 victory. It was a good performance from Jimmy, that one. His best in round 1 this week. And in round 1 all week, he has not lost. Next, it's Mcguirk up against Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better Vanderlddera by 4 legs to 1. That means he's a couple of points off Graham Usher at the top of the table. Now, these are the bottom 2 players at the table going head-to-head. Scott Taylor, the Series 6 champion, up against Shane Mcguirk, the reigning Lakeside champion, the 30-year-old from Monaghan in the Republic of Ireland, fresh off the back of a tour of Australia a few weeks ago. As for Scott Taylor, the man from Bolton, will be wondering what has happened over the course of the opening 2 days worth of action in this Group A. But if there's anybody that can at any moment switch things on, it is him. Matthew Edgar alongside me here in the commentary booth for the next couple of matches here in Portsmouth.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Results were better yesterday. Would you say performances were better yesterday for Shane Mcguirk?
They was, and at times he looked like the proper Shane Mcguirk, the Shane Mcguirk we've
59.
expected. But there's a couple of things here, and they may seem quite silly on first inspection, but I find it quite interesting he's
100.
chosen not to wear a traditional dart shirt today. Normally we've seen him with his shirt with a star on and the arrow on and sort of all his branding.
100.
I think he's gone very plain today on the fact that he knows that his race is run in regards to winning this group, and the likelihood is he's not going to be able to make Group
92.
B. He's currently 8 points away from a qualifying spot for that, and he's not been producing the darts that would suggest he's going to run the card. That being said, the
42.
early signs here are actually, I would say, quite encouraging, because one of the things I've been quite critical with Shane Mcguirk this week is the little hop on the delivery of the throw.
42.
He's not using the arm to propel it, he's going with the body and just seeming to be a little bit more on the arm, though, which might be why he's flicking it a little bit there, because it's something the muscles he's not been used to using.
36.
Well, Shane is definitely somebody that's going to be a dangerous spoiler as the day goes along. If there's one person that,
140.
if you're Graham Usher, you could use as a shield to protect you at the top of the table, the WDF World Champion may well be one of them if he turns up as he usually does.
See, I think that's Scott Taylor today.
58.
I
Scott,
think
you
he's the
require
guy that's going to excel. I
127.
wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day, when we look at the performer of the day as just a league table for Wednesday,
87.
it would not surprise me if Scott Taylor's at the top.
And Scott's one of them players where analysing him is absolutely pointless because that is how
140.
maverick
Scott,
he
you
is.
require 40.
He'll turn up one day, average
Game shot the
115, and
first
can
leg,
just as
Scott
easy the next day
Taylor.
average 75 as he pins the tops, gets a breaker throw, and moves 1-0 to the goods.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
We both had a glance at each other as soon as that first dart went in the treble, and both expected the same thing. Scott Taylor's first max of the day.
46.
That's when you know when Scott Taylor's on it, when he gets that first dart, middle of the bed, just sat up beautifully.
97.
Well, this is how the table looks. The lead for Graham Usher cut in half to just 2 points. Jimmy Vansky on 14, but as you can see, a huge gap in terms of the
58.
legs difference. 12 legs between Graham and Jimmy, respectively. For Jurgen, his battle's going to be to ensure that he's in Group B in the night session on Thursday and Friday evening. Scott Taylor will
60.
be hoping that a good day today will help him propel into the top 3. Same with Derek Coulson, who we will see next against Graham Usher. And then Shane Mcguirk
100. Scott, you
had a
require
drift at the bottom of the table with just
164.
4 points to his name. And he may well be 2-0 down. Taylor didn't have to go for the 164. Isn't going to, but he's left himself on tops after 12. I know we're only a couple of legs in, Matt, but averaging in excess of 103 right now.
96.
Not
Scott, you
surprised in the
require
slightest.
40.
This is exactly what I expected to see from Scott Taylor today.
Game shot in the
Thought we was
second
going to
leg.
see a better
Scott
version
Taylor.
of him, and this is a very good version. But just going back to that league table for a moment.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw
Don't
first.
be misled
Game
and
on.
don't be misguided by what you're about to see. The next game, Graham Usher, Derek Coulson. Top of the table, Graham Usher against Derek Coulson.
96.
He's only won 4 matches this week and on 8 points in the bottom half of the table, battling for a Group B place.
42.
But he's been so much better than that table would suggest. We saw at the start of the show the averages and the statistics. Derek Coulson, statistically, the
58.
best player this week. could cause problems for Graham Usher in that opening game.
However, as our good
43.
pal and colleague Chris Mason would say, they don't write averages on trophies. Mind you, they didn't write your name on many
140.
trophies, did they, Matt?
Bit early for that, isn't it?
95.
You've just talked yourself out a birthday muffin.
A birthday muffin?
Yeah, because I get free from Lidl with my coupons.
57.
No expense spared as ever.
Now they can keep the free muffin.
57.
Yeah,
Shane,
but that
you
means you're
require
contributing to more
150.
food waste. Anyway, Mcguirk 150. Perfectly sat for another if he decides to stay there. 80 scores.
90.
Much better leg, and he's got time and comfort to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
100. Shane, you require 60.
Double top. Now double 10.
Game shot in
And
the
the
third
gap
leg. Shane
is
McGuirk.
reduced in half.
It's not been Shane
Fourth leg,
McGuirk's
it's Scott
best
to
by a
throw
long way,
first.
has it? But certainly
on.
an improvement in the demeanour from Shane McGuirk today. He's not getting flustered. Yes, it's early. If this continues, maybe we'll see that start to break down again.
99.
But this is the Shane McGuirk we expect, isn't it, in terms of his composure and the way he conducts himself on the stage.
85.
And for him, as we kind of mentioned at the top of the show, this is an absolute free hit for him today. Just play his
94.
way into form, maybe try and take a couple of scalps, upset someone, and then Thursday and Friday just go again absolutely dead level
81.
with everybody else and see what will happen from there.
But the danger is here purely that Group C scenario.
40.
Some weeks, last week being the prime example, dropping into Group C can actually be a blessing. This week, not so much, because the level of this
99.
Group C this week would rival most Group A's.
Well, put it this way, one of the players in Group C this week averaged 120 to win his final.
140.
This is solid so far from Scott. Maybe not spectacular, but it's been more than enough to
60.
do the
Scott, you
job over
require
Shane McGuirk.
128.
And he's got 6 and 128 to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest. May only need the 3.
120.
Double 4, though, goes a begging, and goes a begging by a mile.
123. Scott, you require 8.
To save it.
No score.
Sort of throws
Shane,
off
you
really that
require
first start, doesn't
53.
it? It was smack bang between the treble and the double. Raise the eyebrows, never really
Game shot in
recovered.
the
Shane
fourth
McGuirk
leg.
recovering
Shane
well
McGuirk.
here, 2-0 down. He's starting to reel them off. He's done that quite a few times
Fifth leg, it's
yesterday,
Shane to throw
where
first. Game on.
started a little slow, lost the first few legs, then really grown into the game. And he's going to hope that's the long-term story as well.
57.
Growing into things.
I was speaking to Shane this morning, and he said he feels like since winning the World Championship at the Lakeside, he feels like a
125.
better player than he was before. His results seemingly back it up. Would you agree with that particular statement?
57.
I think that's fair.
$140.
I just wonder how much he'll be looking back at those 4 missed doubles
58.
in the previous leg for Scott Taylor to move 3-1 up in the game, because
41.
McGuirk will sense if he can find something big, he can just begin to make a bit of a move.
125.
I think the frustration for Shane McGuirk is the fact he can feel something's not quite right on those throws, because technically I can see changes there between the first start and the second. It's not so much where it lands,
100.
it's the technical side. He will feel something's not quite on point. Again there. switching straight away after that dart, again, probably the right thing to do, because that first dart not
98.
thrown right. And you can
Scott, you
see
require 95.
him just flexing the arm there as he went to the board. Sort of throwing across himself, hooking a little bit.
55.
And that's what's
Shane,
going to
you
be
require
frustrating, because they'll be like, why can't I just throw the darts how I throw them?
Well, he could do with a spark, but he's not going to find a 106, and so Taylor free in hand at top to go 3-2 up, and he'd have the darts in the next as well
36.
to go on and
Scott,
win
you
the
require
contest. It put
40.
him on to 10 points in the group and put himself on the coattails of Vanderlddera.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
Finds it
Scott
eventually.
Taylor.
Bit of a snap with the last, but he finds himself 3-2 up and now has the
6th
darts
leg
in
is
his
Scott
hand
to throw
to
first.
complete
Game
a
on.
4-2 win, which would keep him on the coattails of the young Dutchman.
84.
And you know why you'll be looking for that spark, you don't know,
81.
Henry?
Go on.
Because you can't start a fire without a spark. My first music reference in.
68.
And probably not going to be the last.
Oh, I don't have many. I don't have many.
Yeah, no, I found that out when you went to
44.
the quiz on Monday. Mind you, not as bad as Shane Mcguirk, and I'm going to dob him in here because he joined our quiz team, me, you, the asset, and Robbie, our brilliant producer here at the Super Series.
100.
All played as part of a team. Shane wanted to come along. He put the letter A for Men at Work Down Under for an answer.
45.
But never try taking this guy on, Shane Mcguirk, at Greek Gods. He was the master.
121.
Although Scott Taylor's probably quite enjoying taking him on at darts right now, because he looks like he's about to get his first couple of points of the day.
137. Scott, you require
You're not exactly playing like a Greek god, but it's been good enough for Taylor to win this particular battle. 6 darts on 128 to complete a 4-2 victory.
54.
Well, today was built as a day of regrouping for Shane Mcguirk.
78.
It looks like it's going
Scott,
to
you require 74.
get off to the worst possible start as Scott Taylor looks at double 10
Game
to wrap
shot
up
and
a
the match,
4-2
Scott
win
Taylor.
and to put himself on to 10 points in the group. Up and running is the former champion. Why, as for the Lakeside champ, well, his woes this week continue. Scott Taylor, a 4-2 winner over Shane Mcguirk. That the tale of the tape. It was steady if not spectacular. Coming up next, Graham Usher looking to re-establish the 4-point gap if he can get the better of Derek Coulson next.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Shane Mcguirk by 4-2. Graham Usher is the player at the top of this Group A at Champions Week, going into the final day of it. The former runner-up from Scarborough in Yorkshire is looking to convert what was a 4-point lead overnight into success. That lead's already been cut into 2 because of Jimmy Vansky's win against Jurjen Vanderlddera. Up against him, Derek Coulson, who had a rare day to forget here at the Super Series, picking up just the 1 win. The 57-year-old from Market Drayton in Wales, a semi-finalist in the previous 2 Champions Weeks, and he's somebody that plenty of people expect to do well this week, so much so that the bookmakers had him off as the favourite to go on and win the week altogether. And he really is, Matt, the real deal, isn't he, Derek?
Yes, you've got to ignore the last couple of days. The last couple of days haven't been there in results, but they have been there in regards to performance, and that shouldn't discourage anybody who's took him to win this week at the start of the week. There's a long way to go until
First
Saturday
leg is
night.
Graham to throw first. Game on.
Now, the likelihood is he's going to be in the bottom half of the table, which means he'll go into Group C, unless he can have a special day today. But
60.
when you look at the numbers of which he's been producing, he could produce less than what he's done so far and still go through the card, and it wouldn't be a surprise. The performance has been there. It's just been missing those key
131.
moments, those little combinations, 62, 64, 67, all those little shots that make a real
96.
difference between winning and losing when you're playing at what is a very high standard this week.
As for Graham Usher, the lead now just 2 points because of Jimmy Vansky's win in the opening match of the session. The key for him to set his stall out straight away and ensure that the rest of the
60.
field get no hope.
Yeah, I mean, for Graham Usher, win the first couple of games and he'll probably feel that that should be enough. But
81.
as we alluded to at the opening of the show, the danger for Graham Usher today is he will feel like it's in his hands. He will feel like he's got something to lose. It's always a dangerous position to be in. You want to be attacking, not defending.
125. $58.
Well, we see it in sort of other sports, don't we? If you're 1-0 up, by the time you get to the 75th minute, you think, right, should we bring another defender on? Should we change the shape? Shall we change the style of play? And that's just natural, isn't it, to try and protect what you've got?
99.
The problem is, in the Super Series, in darts, you can't defend. You can't just protect the lead.
80.
And it's Coulson who's got off to the strongest start of the pair, threatening the
Derek
breaker throw in
require
this
86.
opening leg. Looking at 86 to do exactly that. Well, that's a boozy bonus, 7-7.
72.
Just clips the wire,
Graham,
and
you
so
require
Usher,
126.
with an outside chance of holding on to his throne, needs a treble here to give himself a dart at the ball, and able to find that.
98.
So Coulson, with
Derek,
three
you
more in
require
hand, to
14.
get a break of throw he needs at some point if he's going to go on and win this game.
Game shot in the first
So
leg.
why not
Derek
get it in the
Coulson.
very first leg of the contest? Coulson 1 up.
Second leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Is Derek one of those players, regardless of where he is, whether it's
41.
Group B, Group C tomorrow and Friday, you don't have any issues in terms of him qualifying for Champions Night?
You expect him to be there, don't you? He expects himself to be there
180.
as well, which is probably the more important thing. As fans, as pundits, as media, as whatever you are, you can often sit and believe in an outcome. But if the player doesn't believe it, it doesn't matter.
134.
Everybody can believe it. All the people around you can believe you're going to go do something, but you have to believe it yourself.
180.
Talking about believing, is Graham Usher believing that he could have a leg of perfection here?
Well, we've been teased a few times. 3 times we've gone 7 in. Not yet landed the 8.
134. Graham, you require 141.
This occasion we don't get dart number 7, but the most important thing for Graham Usher right now is getting his throw back.
44.
The 9-dart man from last Saturday, Danny Van Tripe, will be back in Group C tomorrow afternoon. He's only ever hit 3 9-darters in his life. They've all come in competition, and 2 of them have come in the month of August.
140. Graham, you require 97.
Still think we get one this week.
57.
Potentially multiple.
Derek, you require 52.
Well, Usher threatened the 9. Coulson looking to consolidate the break he got in the opening leg. Double 16.
Game
For
shot the
2-0,
second leg.
14
Derek
darter,
Coulson.
and Derek Coulson's averaging 100.2 right now. 30 darts for the first couple of legs.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game
What's
on.
quite interesting there is that's where Graham Usher has not been making mistakes. Sort of setup play,
100.
combinations. Because when you think about what's just happened there, Graham Usher's opened that with back-to-back 180s, but did not get a dart at a double. Now that's 2 things. That's 1, the greatness of Derek Coulson and how well he played,
100.
but also a slip-up when moving around the board for Graham Usher. You should at least be getting a dart at a double from that position.
100.
Two southpaws going head-to-head in this for game of the day.
100.
And I believe today is World Left-Handers Day.
83.
That's actually a thing.
Genuinely, it's a thing.
And you know that.
Yes. Ironic that on my birthday there'd be a
45.
day involving hands.
$134.
The worst bit is I've been prepping the World Left-Handers Day all morning.
$41. Graham, you require 84.
84 required for Usher to reduce the gap to 2-1. Double 6.
78.
Well, Graham Usher not looking happy, and that's because he could have left this quite tricky. This one may not yet be over.
55.
Although Coulson
Graham, you
unable to
require
shave a significant
6.
amount there off.
Game shot in the third
No
leg.
problems for Graham Usher. What are we worried about? He's not worried about a thing. Well, actually, he'll be worried about getting his throw back.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to
Well,
throw first.
For all the
Game
worries
on.
that Usher would have in terms of losing this game, it would be sweet, sweet music to the ears of Jimmy Vansky. However, his next game is against Derek Coulson. And it's going to be one of those days where players that you want to beat one moment, you then hope it's going to be in your corner the next. It's going to be one of those types of days today, particularly if it gets tight a little bit later on. And actually, just having a look at the fixture list for the day. Meeting game 12, Graham Usher and Jimmy Vansky, and that may well be the
98
king-making game. And of course, defeat for Graham Usher here still just about puts Jurgen Vanderlddera into play. But he would have to win all 4 matches and hope that
60.
The gambler rolls the dice and comes up with nothing. Just get the sense this is a big exchange in this game, Matt. Coulson 269, Usher 283. Derek looking to open up a 2-leg lead in this contest.
82.
Yeah, this is where Graham Usher needs to really kick in now. Couple of trebles. Show that quality, show that timing. Which, got to be fair to be said, has not quite been there so far in this game, which is why he finds himself in a bit of peril and potentially bringing other players back into play. Although Derek Coulson could really upset a few things, couldn't he? Because his next game is against Jimmy Vansky, who is the leader of the chasing pack right now.
83. Derek, you require
He had a
16.
bit of an off leg in the previous leg, but Coulson's left himself on a double after 5 visits, looking to move 2 clear and 1 away.
Game shot in the 4th leg. Derek Coulson.
Double 4 is found. Coulson finds himself 3-1 up, and Graham Usher finds himself in a spot of bother. 4 points the lead overnight. He was 2-11 on with the bookies to win the group come the end of the day. Loses this one. It is suddenly all open for interpretation. He frails his arms into the air as he hits his 3rd max of the game. But the problem is, you look at his scoring, it's been patchy. He's had 3 1-8s, but only 1 2-treble score in the game.
80.
Maybe this is just what we expect from Graham Usher in regards to the levels and what he expects from himself, because he's still averaging 92.5 here in this one.
134.
And that continues to climb. 94.48 the average now for Graham Usher, but he's kind of doing what Derek Coulson's done for the last couple of days. Playing well, but missing key moments.
57.
And my mind goes back to that 9-dart attempt. Got all the scoring done in 6 darts, and in the next 6 darts couldn't give a dart at the double.
60.
That's kind of where Derek Coulson's game has been the last couple of days. And, you know, there's a 6-point average difference here between the two. And for that reason, key moments, Usher is losing right now.
And it's the type of things that in a regulation week, by and large, you probably get away with. But when you put yourself in this kind of clientele and this kind of company, you are going to get punished as a result. Doesn't have to,
87.
and he's not going to. Leaving himself tops after 12 to reduce the gap back down to just 1 again.
$140.
So piles the pressure on, leaving himself 40. On a 2-darter to win the game if this does not go. Awkward.
20.
And he couldn't find. And Coulson, it may just be a dart at the bull.
Derek, you require
but he
84.
should get at least a match-winning opportunity here. He chased the treble, and he may have paid the price of it.
Well, for now, Usher gets away with that, but that's where, so far in this game, Derek Coulson has been punishing and stepping in and taking
68.
those chances and shots. But
Graham, you require 20.
you miss once, you can't miss twice, Graham.
15.
Too many misses.
Derek, you require 16.
And that should be that. Coulson comes back. Look at a double 8, and you don't expect him to miss.
Game shot.
And he
the
won't,
match, Derek
and he gets
Coulson.
off to a winning start, and in doing so may well have began the derailing of Graham Usher's hopes of winning this Group A. Still has a lead, a 2-point lead at the top of the table, but things for the Scarborough man now look a little bit more precarious than they did so before. That's the tail of the tape. 1 for 9 on the doubles for Graham Usher. Derek Coulson runs off a 4-1 winner. Next up, Vanderlddera takes on Shane Mcguirk.
Things are getting very interesting here in Champions Week because day 3 has given us something very intriguing as we go into round number 2. Graham Usher has lost his first game. Jimmy Vansky has won his first game. So now we have a gap of 2 points at the top. But crucially, what has changed is the leg difference. Now, Jimmy's a lot closer in that column, which could be crucial as we go through the Wednesday campaign. But Vanderlddera, who plays in the next game against Shane Mcguirk, if he can get a victory here, he is not out of it. He is very much in it. So, even though he lost his first round match today, Vincent, he'll be feeling like it's game back on.
Yeah, he will think a couple of things. He wants to get that first win because he lost the first match. He will be thinking about Group B, winner of Group A. He he will think about maybe going to Group C. So this is a very difficult day mentally for a lot of players. And Jurjen has not been in this position before because he's playing for the first time. So let's see how he handles
First
it.
leg is Jurjen to throw first. Game on.
I hate to bring up the same subject as the first game of the day for Jurjen, but it's very pertinent. We mentioned that Jimmy had not lost in
100.
round 1. And Jurjen had lost both times he'd played in round 1 over the last couple of days.
140.
If we start talking about round 2, it's a very different story because Jurjen hasn't lost in round 2. So the patterns, if they're to be believed, it means he just needs a little bit
45.
longer in the day to get into full gear.
Yeah, yesterday he lost in the first match and he won all 4 of them. So yeah, that's something
100.
positive for Jurjen as well. But yeah, some players think about that statistics, and some of them just play and they go on their feeling.
100.
Here's another little bit of positivity for Jurjen. If he wants to win this group, 20 points is the most he can get, and that is the most popular points total in winning Group A in Champions Weeks over the last 10 series. It's happened 5 times. You never know, it might happen again, just like it did in the previous series for Scott Campbell. But it's Mcguirk who's got the chance to break in the first leg of this contest.
Yeah, it's a good leg for Mcguirk. A little bit sloppy there, but
yeah, you require
he's
157.
putting Jurjen straight on the pressure. That is not what you want. He's the player who's been not informed this week.
60.
And you just hope that he continues that form against you. And this is going to be interesting now.
Game
Very
shot
interesting
the first
indeed.
leg,
That's
Shane
much better
Mcguirk.
from Shane. Curiously, changed his points today.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first.
If you look at his
Game
points in the 20 bet here, they are a different colour and they are a different construct. Let's get a zoom.
140.
Bit of extra grip in the middle portion of the point there and a bit of a taper towards the end of the barrel. I believe this is the 3rd different set of points he's used this week, and I think he's trying to figure out what works best.
57.
Yeah, sometimes you think your dart is not flying through the air as good as you want, and then the length of the point is very important, and how deep the point is going into the board. So it's good that he tries some stuff. He does. The only thing is, some players are overdoing it then, and they think that's the solution to everything.
You own a dart shop
100.
in the Netherlands, Vincent. How big is your points section now compared to when you first opened it?
Oh yeah, so much bigger. It's also because of the Swiss points
96.
that target made. There's a lot of points changing, and yeah, that will happen due to the course of the next couple of years. There are more brands coming with that system, and it's so easy to change your points.
140. Shane, you require
you can see that it is a massive difference, a longer point or a shorter point, how the dart flies through the air. So it's easy to figure out as well.
Oh, he's missed the bullseye for a
82.
Hollywood. Now, interesting that he went for it. A little bit of temptation there, and Shane really wanted to get it. Well, he's under no pressure. I suppose you can understand why he went for the bullseye in that shot with Jurjen not on a finish.
140.
So also that, and he can play freely today. He's just today he has to work on his form and make
Game
sure
shot
he's
the second
ready
leg,
for
Shane
tomorrow
Mcguirk.
and Friday. He's not going to win the group, so it's an easy day for him, and he should enjoy it.
Third leg, it's Jurjen to throw
The
first.
person he played
Game on.
international pairs with.
Still not happy. 2-0 up.
Yeah, a few weeks back he played with John O'Shea, who was the agent of chaos. Well, Mcguirk could cause
81.
chaos in this group. Well, curiously, you just mentioned that he's not happy. He's 2-0 up. We saw Graham Usher in the previous game hitting a 180 and not being happy.
137.
Well, what more could you want?
Sometimes you're in that I don't know if it was with you the same as with me. Sometimes 180 wasn't enough to get me happy. So
96.
sometimes the player is never happy, and yeah, that's also your own fault, of course. I mean, he's 110 average, 112.
123.
And if you're then not happy, then nothing is going to make you happy.
Absolutely. We all have to find what makes us happy in life, and these dart players, they're thinking of nothing more than winning matches and hopefully being the person that is racing that trophy to the sky on Saturday night.
That is something they want, but most of the time is winning is not enough anymore. Eh? They want to win with the best darts ever, and if they hit a 110
25.
average in one match, that's the standard. But that's the exceptional stuff they do.
I think recently when Scotty Scheffler, the world #1 golfer, was talking about how winning isn't everything, I think he was spot on. I think winning is just a part of your life. It's not going to give you that
100.
massive fulfillment, because the next day you have to have something away from the sport that also makes you happy. The most successful dart players of all time
140.
have been happy in their personal
Yeah,
lives
you require
at that time.
164.
Yeah, that is really important, that you're happy in your personal time, but what you do in your personal time.
That laser-like focus for
83.
Vandervelde.
Shane, you require
Yielded a first
76.
treble, but not a second. Shane is on for 3-0.
60.
Oh, it had a look.
Yeah, you
That's unlucky.
require
And this is the moment for
81.
Jurjen van der Velde to step in. He needs to hit this 81 to not get 3-0 down. To be in the match, back in the match again.
Bullseye. Needs it.
56.
Doesn't get it.
Shane,
He's
you
in
require
trouble.
16.
Big trouble. If he loses this game, he's running out of
Game shot on the
time.
third leg. Shane
He's going to have to
Mcguirk.
win from 3-0 down against the WDF World Champion, who's showing a face
Fourth
of
leg, it's
hunger
Shane to throw
and desire.
first. Game up.
Yeah, you see a different person today. He's playing a little bit faster, I think. He's got more belief.
59.
So maybe that little bit of change with the points can help him being a better player today.
It looks like he's going to go through to Group C at this stage. He
134.
could still squeeze into Group B, but he, like Jurjen, is running out of games. But if it is to be Group C, he'd be up against the oldest person in Champions
180.
Week, in Andy Hamilton. He's 58. You got Richard McKee and a certain Danny Van Tripe waiting as well, who is having a very well-deserved few days off before coming
134.
back to Portsmouth.
I don't think he's thinking about Group B or C. Or in the moment, he's just he wants to enjoy today.
92.
And he's playing good, so that must give him a great feeling for the rest of the week. If he played poor today as well, then you're going into the last 2 days with an awful feeling that I can't win this.
171.
And
Shane,
now
you require
when he's playing like this,
170.
he thinks, well, maybe if I can continue this, then I could win this week.
He's definitely starting to find something incrementally
90.
anyway.
Yeah, you require
Vandervelde
62.
found plenty in his previous visit to leave this 62. Is this going to be 5 perfect darts?
30.
Now,
Shane, you
it could be
require
curtains.
80.
Mcguirk needs another single. And now he needs 2 more 20s to win 4-0.
60.
He really
Yeah,
wanted
you
that one. Yeah.
require
That would
32.
give him a confident boost. And now Jurjen has to step in,
Game shot in the
Good
fourth
dart.
leg. Jurjen van der Velde.
breaking the throw.
Yeah, no emotion
Fifth
from
leg, it's
Vandervelde. And
Jurjen
that is
to
what
throw
we saw from
first.
him in week
Game up.
11. He was like this from Monday morning all the way through to the semi-finals on the Saturday night. And then
180.
he did that. He just popped. And then he showed that real vigor that you need sometimes when the chips are down and when you need to
60.
find a little bit of form. He's got levels, this kid.
Yeah, he's a no-nonsense player. He just plays the game. He don't use any tactics. He just, if he's good, then he's a
60.
very good player. But he doesn't put anybody off or try to do something when he thinks, oh, I can win then if I'm not playing that well.
140.
We actually had a chat with him as well for a tungsten talk, which will be available on Pluto TV soon. And the first thing he said to us was, I apologise that my English is so bad. And I said, alongside someone else,
100.
your English is better than our Dutch.
That's for sure. But I can agree with him that it's very difficult to do this in Dutch as well,
60.
in English as
Yeah,
well.
and you require
I'm struggling as well.
161.
So I get where he's coming from.
I'll let you into a little secret, Vincent. I've said for years now, you're the funniest
87.
person I've ever met in a second language.
Okay.
I stand by it. Well, Mcguirk is trying to leave something doable here, which he just has
140.
done.
Jurjen, you require 74.
So again, Jurjen is under pressure to complete this. He needs the bull this time.
49.
He's had it surrounded.
Shane, you require
Mcguirk
101.
has had one match start. Does he get another? Well, that was for 25.
Yeah.
This has got to be for the 57. I think his play there was 25 2 double 19s.
That would be an interesting
53.
choice.
Yeah,
I get the
require
25 rule,
25.
but I don't think that this was the moment. He's not in that form and that place that he knows for sure that he's going to hit the ball.
9.
But Jurgen gives him another chance.
Shane, you
So this is
require
the moment now.
48.
He has to step in and put this game to bed.
Yeah, this is a gift. It's tops. And it is a
Danger,
victory
and the
for
man, Shane
Mcguirk.
McGurk.
Break a throw in the final leg of the contest, and that's a hammer blow to Vanderlddera and his chances of winning this group, because he will stay 4 points behind Graham Usher at the top. We are going to turn our attention to Jimmy Vansky next. Massive game coming up. But Shane plays really, really well with a 98 average, and now it's down to Vansky and Coulson as they go head-to-head.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Mcguirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
This place is descending into chaos. This is a game from earlier on today where Derek Coulson has given Jimmy Vansky a bit of a gift. Derek, who currently sits at 4th in the table, is now on 10 points, courtesy of that 4-1 victory against Graham Usher. The league leader as it stands. He was on 16 points at the start of play and is still there right now. But Jimmy Vansky is really, really close to tapping him on the shoulder. And he's got a battle with Coulson himself right now. So one of two things is about to happen. Jimmy Vansky is about to go to 16 points with Graham Usher, or Derek Coulson is about to drag himself back into the race somehow, but would be 4 points behind. He was a massive odds-on favourite at the start, was Graham, but he might have company at the end of this game. However, it is Usher who has the game in hand against the dangerous Scott Taylor next. Is it a must-win game for Jimmy, this one?
I think so, to put the pressure on and to keep Coulson off. This is a must-win for Jimmy. He makes a massive statement, then he's there to win Group A, and he puts the pressure totally on Usher. If he loses this one, he gives Usher the feeling, every time I lose, he loses as well.
100.
But you could see the first match was also very good for Coulson. He's a better player than he was yesterday.
Yeah, he definitely seems more relaxed today. And that first game average of 89.05 with 4 out of 7 on the doubles, that is much more of what we saw from Derek early on Monday.
Yeah, exactly. And then the average is not that high, but yesterday he had a higher average.
139.
He didn't finish. So it's not all about the statistics. It's also about doing it at the right moment and be clinical on your doubles and make sure you're hurting your opponent.
Well, this game, as you know, Vincent, is all about winning situations. And over the course of a Super Series day like this, you're going to have to win 15 to 20 situations at least.
140.
Now, you're not going to win every leg that you play. But if you can win the majority of the situations, you won't go far wrong.
Exactly, and it is also about how do you handle the disappointments during a tournament
Jimmy,
like this.
You require 164.
That's why I think the Modus Super Series is great for players to develop, because you're not winning everything. You have to lose and play half an hour later again, so it will
39.
make you a better player.
Derek,
if you
require
can handle
96.
Yeah, you have to manage disappointment. There's going to be disappointment in this sport, and Jimmy might be disappointed here. That is the Derek Coulson we all know and love. But Jimmy doesn't love that.
This is the Coulson that we saw
Second leg against Jimmy,
on Monday. That's why he was the top favorite by the bookies, and that's why he's in the last 4 times in the finals week.
140.
There was a very famous song back in the 1980s from the Boomtown Rats, and they said they don't like Mondays. Well, Derek doesn't like Tuesdays.
60.
I don't like Mondays, okay.
Well, we don't have to ask him why, because he only won 1 match out of 5. It's very apparent that he doesn't like the Tuesday that's just gone. The only way he likes next Tuesday if he takes a gold medal around his neck home.
Yeah,
a great deal of memories and money.
You know, in every tournament, you have one
60.
bad day. If he had his bad day and he's going to play like this the rest of the tournament, he's going to be very dangerous.
81.
Jimmy hasn't had many bad days in this room, that's for sure.
He's very consistent, but you can see he lives for the sport. He wants to play. He's just, sometimes he doesn't realize he maybe plays too much.
140.
He should pick his tournaments better.
Now that's something he will have to wrestle with maybe in the next few seasons.
It all depends on if he gets his tour card. That will change everything if you get them on.
Yeah, because he's got less choice.
Yeah, You can see a lot of players that played better without a tour card and being high on the Challenge Tour. Then you can play the Pro Tours, but you can also play in all the
83.
WDF tournaments,
Jimmy, you
ADC
require
tournaments.
100.
So they have so much choice to play that they prefer that.
What's he thinking here? Is he thinking 60 or is he going tops? He's in
go
two
for the
minds.
60s.
Good choice.
80. Derek, you require 158.
Outside chance for Coulson now. 158. Big finish.
Well, he's been the mayor of the big finishes this week. Is he getting another one? Watch out. Double 19.
120.
Shaves the wire.
Jimmy, you require
And Jimmy can breathe
20.
again.
Game
Beautiful
shot in the
double
second
10.
leg. Jimmy Vansky.
Jimmy has worn a great deal of positivity
Third leg
throughout
is
his
Derek
time
to
here at the
throw
Modus
first.
Super Series.
Game on.
He looks like a man who is firmly inside his bubble right now, which is exactly where he needs to be over the next 3 or 4 hours.
Although it's just a double 10, it's a big relief that you hit it with your first dart. You know, you could have been 2-0 down. It's 1-0. And you're thinking, okay, maybe it's my day.
I'm with you. Double 10. Cost me a World Cup final and a World
100.
Cup. I will never forgive double 10, even though it was my fault. Dart players love to put the blame on something else. And there are certain doubles on the board that every player would like to avoid.
121.
I've seen Jimmy today trying to avoid tops a little bit.
Yeah, he does that a lot. He likes to go for double 18. I think that's always a risky shot to go to double 18 because when you go inside, you
125.
go to the double 9 and that's a very tricky double. So I don't prefer that. I always tell, for instance, Michael as well, don't go for double 18 if it isn't necessary. But yeah, he's not a very good listener.
140.
I think you're probably the only person in the world who can get away with saying that.
$58.
Well, this is a
Derek, you
straightforward shot.
require
He's even got the
100.
luxury of 3 singles to leave tops for next time.
Yeah, and another very good leg. Yeah, after 9 darts on 100.
$60.
More than good enough.
The only thing Jimmy can do now is put loads of pressure on that shot.
100.
That's a decent amount of pressure.
Derek, you require 40.
Gets himself onto a finish that doesn't require the bullseye. But you would expect Derek to hit this. 1 out of 3 on the doubles prior to this leg.
Game shot
And
in the third
perfectly
leg.
measured
Derek
after a poor
Coulson.
first dart.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
There's
Game
one
on.
player you don't really want to have in your rear view mirror when you're trying to win a Group A situation. It's probably Derek,
140.
considering how much success he's had in the same time frame as Jimmy Vansky over the last 18 months. They have become 2 of the household names of this place.
So they probably know each other's game
140.
very well. They know what they're capable of, and Jimmy must know this is a very, very tough opponent, and so that's why this is a very, very
134.
interesting game. If he can win this one, I'm thinking maybe he's favourite to win the group.
When you think about some of the players that haven't won a weekly title yet, between these 2, they've got 7.
140.
That's impressive.
3 for Coulson, 4 for Vansky,
140.
and here we go. What a leg. Brilliant.
It's a brilliant match.
Averages sometimes lie, but right now they don't.
100.
They tell you how good this
Jimmy,
game
you
is.
require 87.
Is it going to be 2-2? Not enough in the 15s department.
35.
Opens the door for Coulson
Derek, you require
to
121.
stretch his lead to 2. Now, earlier today, he did miss a big single to leave Bull. He doesn't miss the single. And he doesn't
Game
miss the
shot
bull
on the
either.
fourth
That's a
leg.
wonderful
Derek
12
Coulson.
darter from a world-class player. Now that's the fist bump that Jimmy Vansky
Fifth
did not
egg
want
is
to give.
Derek to throw
you
first.
see,
Game on.
he's hurting at the moment. That was a big shot. Look at him, yeah. You can see straight what it does to him. And it was it wasn't that it was a poor
100.
leg or something that you gave away. You missed the 12 darter yourself, and he got out in 12. So very good game.
Absolutely. Graham Usher is liking what he sees right now.
57.
I'm sure you can attest to this, Vincent. When someone hits a shot like that against you, obviously this is not a contact sport, but for whatever reason in your stomach, you can feel how much that hurts.
140.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know that 121 can go out, but you always think, oh, it's not going to happen.
100.
It's not going to happen. And then the first treble goes in, you still think, oh, okay, yes, they hit a bull or whatever. And once it happens, you're thinking, oh, no, why against me?
Look at the quality of this game. And the quality of Coulson.
140.
Everything. In 4 or 5 visits. And he might have another 12 darter to finish the game off. And Jimmy Vansky
54.
Derek
might as well be waving the white flag.
121.
And that's something you should not do. It's very easy to say from this position, but that is something you should not do, because you give your opponent the reason to not to go for the ball.
89.
Didn't want another 12 darter. Didn't have to take it.
Very impressive game from him.
But if he does take that 32 out briskly, he's going to have the best performance of this Champions Week.
81. Derek, you require 32.
This is massive for Graham Usher. Absolutely
Game shot
brilliant
and the
from
match,
Derek Coulson.
Coulson.
It's the first time this week that we see someone average over 105, and exactly the wrong time for Jimmy Vansky to run into a freight train of a performance from the man from Wales. He enjoyed that one. Is he back in the fray? Well, he's on 12 points and he's in 3rd position, so he might still be in this thing. He wins by 4 legs to 1 ahead of Taylor and Usher.
Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the darts.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
This unpredictable Champions Week just keeps delivering. The moment we start seeing that Jimmy Vansky is on the verge of tapping Graham Usher on the shoulder, Jimmy stumbles. And he ran into the performance of the week. Now, this is not a mirror. That is Graham Usher throwing righty. He's going to throw lefty in the game. And he's not subscribing to the thought that you should use your practice darts to the full degree. Well, he's going to go to the left now. But Scott Taylor's definitely going to be throwing with his right arm and right hand.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And he's got the darts in this game. If he can beat
on.
Graham Usher, that would be a big, big gift for Jimmy. Oh, here he comes. Now, Matthew Edgar said this morning, Vincent, that he thinks that Taylor could be really dangerous today. Is he right?
Yeah, I think so.
46.
He's not playing a lot of tournaments, so he will be getting better every day. And you can see that he has a lot of experience, so he's not in panic that he's not top of the table or second or third. He just plays and he knows the prize is on Saturday, so he's played freely today.
121.
Then he's the most dangerous player of them all.
By virtue of the fact that Graham lost his first game today, as we see a second 180 from Tungsten Taylor, as we might as well call him. Oh, Usher's not going to go for the 9.
25. Scott, you require 58.
Didn't want to have himself on social media doing that. Well, Taylor's on tops. And
Game
takes the
shot
first
in the
leg in
first leg.
12.
Scott
My
Taylor.
word, what a great first leg from that man from Bolton.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw
This
first.
is a very difficult situation for Graham Usher. You know, you're the top of the table, but you lost your first match, and then somebody starts like that. You hope, of course, that you're having a better start and that you put this group to bed. But he's gonna have to battle for it.
And that second 180 from a very wide smiling Taylor interrupted a point I was going to make, which is by virtue of Usher losing his first game today, the points record for Group A in Champions Week is now going to remain intact. It will not be beaten. So Tom Sykes, who has been to 2 finals of series, losing to Taylor and
140.
to Darius Labanauskas, his record of 26 points and a leg difference of plus 29,
140.
that will remain the Group A record.
That's a strong record as well. It's not going to be beaten that easy. And this group is just too close to each other. I think everybody can beat each other in this group. So, yeah, not surprised that record is still there.
81.
And the most points yielded to get second position in a Group A in a Champions Week, that's going to remain intact as well, because that belongs to Scott Taylor. And that was just behind Tom Sykes in Series 6. But he had the last laugh.
You require 128.
I don't see any laughing on the stage right now because it's serious business. Double 10. That's more like it, Graham.
Graham Usher.
His doubles were not up to scratch in his first game, but that will make him feel a little bit better.
Yeah, you can see the
Third leg,
relief
it's
a
Scott
little
to throw
bit.
first.
Then he hit.
There's so much going on the stage right now. First of all, they can't figure out who's got what water. Now, Graham doesn't know when he's thrown first. Confusion City. He's doing his best impression of a nodding dog there.
36.
But yeah, Scott starts with 36, so he might as well start as well now.
46.
Yeah, just do what George says. And not the first George to be a great referee. Yeah, Mr. Noble's going to be hanging up his microphone at the end of this year.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
a brilliant career.
Spoke to him about that in the match play. He's really done.
56.
He's got a lot of other work, of course, with Modus Super Series and everything. So he has had a great career.
100.
As one George leaves, another comes in. And here comes the gambler. 399 is not a good number. He's got to trim that 19
140.
off at some point. Well, by getting the 140, he only needs one single 19 to leave a finish if he gets the right amount of trebles in the next visit. Taylor just seems to have
45.
tailed off a little bit since the first leg.
He started so well, and then stuff happened, and he's out of his concentration. So,
137.
yeah, all the other players watch him. You know what to do next time.
$140.
That's more
Graham,
like
you
it.
require 122.
Oh,
It was a good miss.
it was still on, but he threw so
35.
quickly
Scott, you require 58.
that he was going for plan B quicker than we could see it.
Game
that was
shot
plan
in
A
the
for
third
Taylor.
leg, Scott Taylor.
Still not happy with himself.
Dart players,
Full
I
leg
would
is
say
Graham to throw
90% of
first.
them
Game
are
up.
glass half empty kind of guys and girls.
Yeah. Sitting one here as well.
41.
It's going to be an interesting time of it next week when the women's series comes back to Milton Keynes, and that's followed by 2 Players' Championship events. So MK
80.
will host 4 consecutive PDC events, and everybody turns their attention to trying to get to things like the World Grand Prix, and
140.
in the case of the ladies, trying to qualify for Alexandra Palace.
Yeah, it would be interesting. You know,
60.
Michael is going to play the Players' Championships again, so, and he needs a lot of work to get himself into the Players' Championship final. So he will be motivated.
81.
He's won quite a few titles in MK. Wouldn't be surprised if he springs into action sometime soon, just like Taylor is right now,
100.
starting to churn here. That angry face is starting to get more Hulk-like.
60.
Yeah, and with another good score, Usher is in trouble again.
54.
That's really good knowledge from Taylor. As soon as he hits that treble 5, he knows he's more likely to leave a finish from the 19s.
$102.
Interesting. Use of the bullseye there from Graham.
How much pressure is Scott going to give him? But it looks of it a lot.
He doesn't know what to do.
He was so clever
137.
15 seconds ago.
Graham, you require
Well, the
77.
facial expressions we were getting from Taylor there, it's like he was trying to solve pi. Double 5.
Game
Oh,
shot in the
very
fourth
good
leg.
Wonderful
Graham
shot,
Usher.
that. Now, if he misses that double 5, he could be in all sorts
Fifth
of
leg
trouble.
is Scott to throw first. Game
One
up.
thing we should address as well, it's not just the fact that Jimmy Vansky lost the last game. It's the fact that he lost it 4-1, which
Yeah.
means that all of the leg difference damage that Usher had to take in round 1 has been
44.
basically repaired by that 4-1 defeat by Coulson.
Yeah, and that's what happens all 3 days in a row. Every time Usher loses a match, Vansky loses one as well. So he doesn't come close to it
100.
anymore. And that's yeah. I don't want to say it's luck. It's also what he does.
140.
I've also noticed on the back of Graham's shirt this week, he's got 2 words next to the dice.
57.
Forever Young. I don't know if that's his favourite song or whether it's just something he likes to be
100.
referenced as. Well, he is a senior dart player because he was a finalist at the World Seniors this year with Ross Montgomery. But if he wants to be known as Forever Young. Okay.
180.
That's forever in.
I hope he does. He feels young forever because I feel like a dinosaur.
140. Scott, you require 68.
Well, Usher's left 77 again. So be warned, Scott. You better get this hit.
32. Graham,
Very
you
weird
require
choice, but,
77.
There's nothing sweeter than a repeater, as our colleague Chris Murphy would say it.
Game
It's not the
shot in
same
fifth
double,
leg,
but it's the
Graham
same
Usher.
number, and it gives him a 3-2 lead.
Those finishes are so important.
Sixth leg, it's
And
Graham to throw
one man miss,
first.
what the other
Game
man
up.
hits, and this is could be for him a very important win if he can make it now.
121.
Well, here's the interesting thing. In the previous game, we said that averages don't lie. In this game, they do. Because the leader has got an average 7 points fewer.
180.
Yeah, that's probably because of the first leg and then the third leg that he played so well, and the rest of the legs, yeah,
180.
a little bit less.
It's happened again.
180 back up, 180 again.
81.
This game's getting quicker, which is saying something.
140.
All of a sudden, Graham Usher is seeing that treble 20 the size of the front door. His average has been climbing at an alarming rate for the last couple of legs.
100. Graham, you require
All of a sudden,
60.
he's at what he's been doing all week. Is he winning?
20. Scott, you
hasn't just
require
yet.
140.
Taylor needs a barnstormer to keep this one alive. Oh, that's a vicious second dart. That is anger
60.
personified.
Graham, you require 40.
He might be feeling more angry now
Game shot.
because
and the
Graham
match,
Usher has
Graham
won
Usher.
a game for the first time today. You can see the relief on his face. The left-hander from Scarborough finds himself in a very good position. We've just come to the end of round 2 today, and that 4-point cushion for Usher is intact. Next, we're going to start round number 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed a couple of rounds of matches on this Wednesday morning here at the Super Series. And before the break, we saw Graham Usher get the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. That means he keeps his 4-point lead at the top of the table. That was because of Jimmy Vanski's defeat to Derek Coulson, also in that round of fixtures. Elsewhere, Derek on 12. He's made a good start to the day. Yo-Yo now drops into a Group C spot. Scott Taylor on 10 and Shane Mcguirk, an improved performance last time out. He's on 6 points, but he could be a dangerous quantity for somebody a little bit further down the line. And we're going to see a big game in that race for a Group B position now, because Jurjen Vanderlddera and Derek Coulson are about to go head-to-head. It's game number 7. We head towards the midway point of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we're going to be watching the next couple of games in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to be with you once again, and we're getting to the point now where this group is very much coming up to the boil.
Yeah, it nearly sort of was going the opposite way, wasn't it? It started to open up at the start of the day there. It all worked out perfectly for Jimmy Vanski in the fact that he won his opening game and Graham Usher lost it quite heavily to that man there, Derek Coulson.
First leg is
However,
Jurjen to throw first.
Cycle of fixtures number
Game
2
on.
just eliminated all that positive work in cycle 1. With 3 rounds of fixtures still to go, I think that top spot is pretty much done. And if Graham Usher gets one more win,
80.
because of the significant leg difference of which he has, he's going to be taking that top spot straight through to Saturday night, leaving everyone else to battle it out to join him.
Derek Coulson looked really good in his last game, didn't he?
Oh, he's
81.
exceptional, wasn't he? 105.73 average in dismantling Jimmy Vanski. And that's where, in a way, you can sort of dismiss that a little bit for Jimmy Vanski, can't you? Because although that was a very important game for Jimmy, it's not like he could do
57.
much about it. Derek Coulson producing the darts that we thought he would at the start of the week. The reason as to why Derek Coulson is the bookie's favourite before a dart was thrown. He's not now. That's because Graham Usher
60.
was so close to guaranteeing a spot on Saturday night by the quickest possible route. But we said at the start of the day, didn't we? We said, don't be discouraged if you are backed
57.
Derek Coulson. Don't be discouraged if you are a friend or family of Derek Coulson, because there is a long way to go and he has got this game in the locker.
$96.
For Jurjen, I was speaking to him earlier on this morning, and one of the things that kind of caught my eye was the fact that he was talking about the fact that
140.
yes, he's had a good start to the week, but he doesn't feel as if the job's anywhere near done. There's not going to be a complacency being crept in. And actually, we were talking about him potentially being a contender in the group. He was more worried about
58.
being
Jurjen,
sucked
you
into the
require
Group C race, which
167.
2 defeats and 2, and just 2 legs on the board he subsequently has.
And that from the medical marvel of Henry Deacon, who was listening to
102.
Vanderlddera, but it caught your eye. You listen with your eyes now, do you, Henry?
100. Jurjen, you require
Well, this is for just a
65.
third leg of the day. Double top. I say that, only a third leg of the day
Derek,
if he
you
hits
require
it. He's averaged 90 in both
106.
games, but has been hit by good performances in each of the opening 2. Jimmy Vanski in game 1, and then Shane Mcguirk went berserk in that second match. And is Coulson going to pip him to the post in leg 1 here?
90.
16 just moves on the
Jurjen, you
inside for a
require
break,
20.
and so Jurjen looks at double 10.
Doesn't find. And the way Derek Coulson's been
Derek, you
finishing today, you're going to
require
expect this to go 4
16.
from 7 in his opening game against Graham Usher. 50% against Jimmy Vanski, 4 from
Game
8.
shot in
And
the
that
first leg,
50%
Derek Coulson.
continues to be the case here for Derek Coulson. Really has stepped it up today. And the analysis at the start of
Second
the
leg
day,
is Derek to throw
when looking at
first.
Derek Coulson's
Game on.
game, was there the things that need to improve? The managing of moments, the managing of those situations. You don't have to win them all, you've just got to win more than your opponent. And that's what he was getting wrong, wasn't it?
41.
Those sort of chances, checkouts at the end of legs, low combinations. They weren't quite working out. Yes, he's had some fortune there to get a revisit to the board, but takes it on this occasion.
180.
Well, we spoke to Vincent, didn't we, at the beginning of the show, and he expected what happened yesterday to Derek to be an absolute one-off, and that case is seemingly becoming a point
100.
here on this Wednesday. However, if you're the rest of this group
96.
and you're looking at the bigger picture, you want Derek Coulson in Group C. You want him in a more jeopardised group where it's only 2 from 6 that are going through. Because he is a legitimate threat. He's the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the tournament.
140.
If you can put him in a more difficult situation than perhaps he needs, you've got to take advantage of that.
96.
For Derek, the frustration will be that it's almost coming a little bit too late, but it could completely swamp the field here today. We was expecting to
78.
potentially see Coulson
Yeah,
in Group
you
C,
require
where he's playing
129.
today. That Group B possibility, which on Champions Week is vital, it's key.
64. Derek, you require 142.
So 142 for Coulson to double his lead. Yeah, missed 5 darts to win the opening leg. Is he going to get a look in leg 2? Yes, is the answer.
Just notice that little pause as well from Derek Coulson before he
60.
delivered his throw that
Yeah,
time.
and you require
Something he's not been doing for the
65.
last couple of days. Maybe one of the key reasons as to why he's doing so well. That is too good.
Game shot in the second leg.
That
Yeah,
is
yeah,
good enough.
Vanderlddera.
Gets the break, a throw straight back.
Just letting out a little bit of frustration there, yeah. He's not
Third
somebody
leg is
that
Yayan to throw
gives a
first.
lot
Game
away
up.
in terms of mannerisms on the stage, but maybe just a feeling that he's just getting a little bit frustrated up there. And you can understand why. He's not playing badly, but missed doubles
99.
has cost him dearly so far today.
And when you look at him at the start of the day, Vandervelde came into this with an opportunity to potentially win the group still. He was within touching distance. Now he's getting into a battle of, are you going to be in Group C, are you going to
125.
be in Group B, where the conversation of can you win the group is pretty much over.
Well, last time Jurgen was here, he did come through a Group B
57.
situation before then heading through to Saturday night. And peaked at the perfect time, beating Steve Beaton in the final with a average in excess of a ton, a 4-0 demolition of the Bronze Adonis, who we're
58.
yet to see at a Champions Week yet in 2025 at the Super Series. I think there was an expectation that he was going to pick up a weekly title by now. Keeps knocking on the door. 3 finals so far
100.
this year, if you include the Legends League.
Yeah, surprisingly so that we've not seen Steve Beaton. I think we all expected when he came here that he was going to acquit himself very, very well. We have many people that come to the Super Series after losing their cards, but we don't get people come
100.
here a lot of times by choice. Steve Beaton could have had a tour card. Opted not to. Opted to be here, and you thought with that maybe he'll still have a little bit more than everybody else, but that just shows
100.
the nature and the competitive field here at the Super Series.
But we've also seen players raise their game when they play, Steve. Trina Gulliver being a case in point at the Seniors Champion of Champions.
94. Yayan, you require 145.
145 for Jurgen. Can't be done now.
87.
Well,
Derek,
Coulson
you
looking at
require
124 to get the
124.
break and to move into 2-1 up. If not, Vandervelde will have a couple in hand to lead. But these are the types of finishes that you rely on Derek Coulson taking out when he's in a spot of bother. But he's unable to find the ball. He's a long way off the ball.
Yayan, you require
I think the issue there is the angle of which the dart entered the board. Just signalises that was not a well-thrown dart. That is a well-thrown dart.
Yayan Vandervelde.
Takes the lead for the first time in this game.
Fourth leg, it's Derek to
Look,
throw
he's
first.
trying to find something.
Game
He's
up.
trying to inject a bit of aggression into his game. Maybe just feels at the moment that he's just playing without adrenaline, which often makes you feel a little bit
60.
flat. Makes you feel a little bit tired. Makes you drag darts low.
And also, I suppose the psychology of it, at the beginning of the day, he would have looked at possibly winning the group, and now he's
58.
fighting to save a Group B spot. So what turns into a lofty ambition at the beginning of the day very quickly turns into disappointment, but then he's got to try and pick himself up back off the canvas again to try and ensure that he limits the damage that he's caused because of that opening defeat to Jimmy
121.
Vansky.
The joys of the round-robin format.
$58.
I think it'd be fair to say, so far with the assessment of Vanderlddera in Champions Week, that he hasn't enjoyed being a front runner.
140.
Some people play better when they're in the lead, some people play better from behind. Everyone's sort of different in their makeup and their DNA, but every time Vandervelde's got in front,
100.
tends to then start coming up with some troublous visits, certainly at the start of legs, in that front nine where he's just loses a bit of ground.
And we know that he has got a history of
60.
leads being let slip. Well, Coulson looking at 120 to level up at 2-2, and he has got all the
60.
time he wants to
Derek, you require
do exactly that.
120. Game
And
shot
double
the fourth
top is
leg,
found.
Derek
Coulson climbs the ladder, and we are back level at 2-2. So we get the 1-2-1 against Jim in his previous game, and now he finds the 120 against Jurjen.
And I can tell you for a fact, actually, from first-hand experience, when you let a big lead slip, it haunts you. It sticks with you. And you doubt it, that it could happen again. 5-0 up in a game, you lose a couple of legs, you think, oh no, I remember losing a lead like this before. It really does sort of take you back to that, but it's almost like a trauma stamp. So I say, I remember being 5-0 up and losing a game 6-5 on the tour. And you'll never guess who it is against.
$99.
Shall I tell you if you're not going to have a guess?
Yes, I thought you were just going to tell me anyway.
I was waiting. Vincent van der Voort.
No wonder you brought it up.
Very apt.
43.
It was in Dublin. It's about 2014, I think, and it still haunts me now, 11 years later.
$57.
Well, yeah, in the background, he's like a jack in the box, isn't he? Just doesn't know what to do. He's like a hot potato on that stage.
140.
Of course, this the first group of the week. Group B and C gets underway tomorrow. John O'Shea, I see on his social media, is ready to jet off from the Republic of Ireland over to the
84.
United Kingdom to participate. Not as long a flight as Jess Smith had yesterday. Just the 7-8 hours from Canada to the United Kingdom to be a part of our Group B programme. Adam Gavlas is going to be jetting over from Czechia as well. Could be a bit of an international field to that particular group. Czechia, Republic of Ireland, Canada, Netherlands, Wales. Could all be in action in that group. Vanderlddera here looking to make his move, leaving himself on 78 to open up a 3-2 lead.
94. Jurjen, you require 78.
Double 12. Double 6.
Game shot in the
Puts
fifth leg.
Jurjen 3-2 to the good. And what a way from a win, which would see him leapfrog Coulson once again in the table.
Derek to throw first.
But
game on.
If you were to not have a look at the scoreboard and you were then told which player's in front and which one's behind, you'd say Derek Coulson's the front runner and Jurjen Vandervelde is chasing his tail.
Just not happy with the way he's playing, is he, at the moment? And as I keep saying, a lot of the time it's not where the darts are landing, it's how the dart feels in the hand. It's how it feels when you're throwing the dart. That's the bit that frustrates you, because when you feel like you're okay with your technique and your form, it doesn't matter. I'll turn this around, it's okay, I'll start playing well. But when you don't feel comfortable with your throw, even when you're winning, even when you're comfortable in a lead, you never really feel settled because you're still looking for something. You don't want to be up there asking questions. You want to be up there providing answers.
And there's also perhaps an irony, and you kind of said earlier with
96.
Shane Mcguirk, but it looks like it's happening to Jurjen here that his worst performance of the day could well be the one that sees him pick up his first win.
135.
It's hitting the right targets, as you say, but it just isn't convincing right now, is it?
And ironically here,
92.
potentially 6 starts away from winning the match. Any treble here will give him a good opportunity. Certainly from here, using the bullseye in the 25 to ensure when he comes back a potential 2-darter, but also single to double. Intelligent play there from Jurgen.
And he should, from this point, get a match start to
60.
wrap this game up by a 4-2 scoreline.
76.
It's 8-8. To wrap
Game
it up
shot
with a
and the
14
match,
darter.
Jurjen Vanderlddera.
And that win for Jurjen Vanderlddera sees him leapfrog Derek Coulson into third place in this group, and it means that he is in control of the Group B race. And for Derek Coulson, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the week, it may well be a campaign in Group C for him on Thursday and Friday. Coming up next, Shane Mcguirk, the WDF World Champion, takes on the former runner-up Graham Usher, looking to open up a temporary 6-point lead. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van and the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Vanderlddera get his first win of the day, getting the better of Derek Coulson by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Shane Mcguirk and Graham Usher. Game 8, the middle match of the day. And for Graham, he can open up a temporary 6-point lead at the top of the table, ahead of Jimmy Vansky's meeting with Scott Taylor in match 9. For Shane,
First leg, it's Shane to throw first.
very much
Game up.
improved, didn't he, in his previous match against Jurgen, average of 98.09, 4 out of 8 in terms of his doubles, and that looked a lot more like the Shane Mcguirk that we've
60.
seen win tangible things over the course of the last 6 months.
Yeah, I was just chuckling before the start of this game. We had that very awkward
56.
moment that the players sometimes have, you know, where one wants a fist bump and the other wants a handshake, and then they swap, and then they swap again. It looks like they've got a secret handshake going on, but yeah.
140.
Back to the original point. Shane Mcguirk, absolutely. That performance in his last game against Vanderlddera, that was the Shane Mcguirk we expected. Before a dart was even thrown,
140.
Paul Nicholson and Vincent Vandervoort stood right where Shane is at the moment, at the front of the hockey on the stage, giving their verdict and their opinions on what they think is going to happen this week.
58.
And they both was drawn, and the attention was drawn to Shane Mcguirk as being their likely contender. Still can be. This is only one of 3 groups. Could still well go on and win the week. And if he can repeat the performance of that previous game, absolutely. But one of the things
60.
that I think's been better today from Shane is that there. That was a 60, but the grouping was better. These following darts. Darts aren't spraying around. He's not going high, low, wide. And he was doing that in every visit.
28.
1 high, 1 low, 1 wide. Then just 1 high and 1 low. That there, good grouping. And I think the throw's looking a lot better today. Little less hoppy.
133.
Certainly on that line of balance. Don't want to be lifting that balance line because that'll change the release.
129. Shane, you require
Slip
50.
of the last, but it could well be academic for Graham Usher as Mcguirk looks at double top.
Game shot in the
Now he
first
should have
leg.
double
Shane
10.
Mcguirk.
And the reigning WDF World Champion finds himself on the board.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first.
It's
Game
just
up.
in his face though, isn't he? Even throwing for those doubles, it's like he's just wearing the effects of the
81.
last couple of days all over him right now. It's just trying to battle through what's been a disappointing campaign, but as we say, we're only coming halfway into the week. It can
180.
easily turn around. And he's showing some real good signs.
100.
The board is starting to give him information which should start to make him feel better. That is inviting.
But not inviting enough.
99.
Well, that's why the wince came there from Shane Mcguirk, wasn't it? Because that first one, expecting just to clash into the barrel there and
100.
potentially be on for the 9. Which I keep saying, I do believe is going to go.
It's been a while since we've seen one at a Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki with the last back in
30.
Series 5. Steve West hit the first against a certain Luke Littler the series before.
Oh, Graham Usher
42.
just gone through a lot of emotion there in the last 30 seconds. The first one would be relief because Shane Mcguirk hitting 30 when looking to set up the breaker throw. But then Graham Usher couldn't take the chance.
140.
That's something we haven't said this week, and maybe with the finishing line coming into sight, we may start to see a few slips here from Graham Usher.
94. Shane, you require 52.
Well, this is a much improved man. He had that slow start, didn't he? Against Scott Taylor, but
Game
there are
shot in
real
the second
signs
leg.
that the
Shane
reigning
Mcguirk.
lakeside champ is just beginning to spring into life. 2-0 Mcguirk.
Third leg, it's Shane.
Graham
to throw
Usher
first.
all of a
Game
sudden could well be lurking over his shoulder again. Loses this one. He'll see Jimmy Vansky come back into bat in the next one. The gap will be
140.
reduced down to 2. And then in the next round of fixtures, Usher and Vansky would face one another.
83.
It looked so comfortable before, but that gap that he had at the top of the table could very quickly evaporate if he isn't careful.
57.
One thing, though, that does work in his favour, he's got a huge lead in
100.
terms of legs difference. at this present moment in time with Mcguirk 2-0 up. He has an 11-leg buffer over Vansky.
58.
Who he's going to realistically win the group is probably going to have to beat
60.
Graham by a bit of a scoreline.
$140.
Well crafted 140. Managed to find a way through to find that second treble.
100. Shane, you require 106.
3-0. Double top.
66. Graham, you require
3-0 still in the offing though if
158.
Graham Usher can't take out this maximum sort of shot where he needs all 3 darts to be perfect.
84.
Can't
Shane,
do
you
so.
require 40.
Shane Mcguirk to put himself 1 away from the match.
He's been decent on double 10.
Game shot in the third leg.
He's found
Shane
his line
McGurk.
there quite well. He leads 3-0. And they say sometimes to distinguish the good
Fourth
from the
leg is
greats
Graham to
is
throw first.
not
Game
how
on.
they deal with triumph, but how they deal with adversity. And it has been a tough couple of days for Shane Mcguirk in this group, but
45.
you've got to give credit about the way that he has regrouped today.
Well, this is the dangers and the perils of a Champions Week, isn't it? Normally, if you look at the bottom of the table, you see a
85.
player only with a couple of wins on the board. You'd normally suggest the player at the top of the table is going to breeze it and be a massive favourite.
95.
However, in this occasion, it's a weekly winner and the reigning WDF World Champion sat in that position, which means you know you've still got a quality game on your hands. And this has been decent from Shane
140.
McGurk, averaging 92.5.
And let's get it right. In the previous series, Jensen Walker had a
100.
similar type of points return in Group A. And then he'd go on to win the thing on Saturday night.
You can't win it here, can you? You can only give yourself
45.
the opportunity.
If I remember rightly, Darius won it from Group C as well, didn't he?
91.
Harrison, when he beat Cam Crabtree, won it from Group C.
$59. Graham, you require 170.
Not the greatest use of the board there from Shane McGurk to not leave a finish.
48.
But not a great application from Graham Usher. He's just causing more drama, isn't he? Every chance he's got to sort of play himself into this game, he's leaving himself with lots of work to do. Shane McGurk's done the
140.
majority
Graham,
of his
you
work
require
on his shot now. This
122.
has to go for Usher, or he's in for a 4-0 defeat, you feel.
54.
Well, he said
Graham,
that
you
Shane
require
McGurk could
32.
be a dangerous prospect today. He is up the levels. And he
Games
has
are and the
caused
match,
a
Shane
bitter
McGurk.
blow to Graham Usher's hopes of winning this group. It is not as academic as one thought. That 4-0 win for Shane McGurk just keeps Jimmy Vansky interested. But for that man there, he is turning a corner on this Wednesday. A 4-0 win against Graham Usher, who didn't even get a go at a double in that game. McGurk 4, Usher 0. Vansky takes on Taylor after the break.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
Gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Things are tasty once again as Graham Usher stumbles and Jimmy Vansky is given yet another lifeline. However, if he doesn't beat Scott Taylor in this 9th game of the 3rd day of Champions Week, then he really has got a big problem. And we're not talking about the leg difference. We'll get onto that in a second. He starts this game 4 points adrift. If he can beat Scott Taylor, he then sets up a 4th round battle with Graham Usher, and if he beats Usher as well, they will be tied on points going into the last round. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? But that is very much based on what happens here.
First leg
So
is
let's
Jimmy
find out.
to throw first.
Earlier
Game
today,
on.
Jimmy ran into Derek Coulson at just the wrong time. Can he make the most of this extra opportunity, Vincent?
He has to, eh? I mean, this is the moment that he has
100.
to show how good he is and what he can do under pressure.
He does have the darts, and when he had them against Jurgen Vanderlddera
85.
earlier, he used them very well. He would also have the darts against Shane Mcguirk
140.
in his final match of this campaign. But that might be a game where he's left with too much to do.
58.
It's still in his hands. Just.
Yeah, this Group A turns out to be much closer than we thought after day one.
140.
It's Mcguirk is playing really well today. He showed why he's the Lakeside champion.
134. Jimmy, you require
and all
121.
everyone is now playing good. So that promises a lot for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely.
105.
I haven't even got John O'Shea here yet, or Andy Hamilton, or Jeff Smith, or some of the others.
121. Jimmy, you
The
require
next 2 days will be
16.
fascinating, but one person has to
Game
win this
shot in the
group. It
first
might
leg,
still be Jimmy,
Vansky.
and he has got the first leg of this one in 13 darts. A wonderful start.
I've got a feeling that
Second
Jimmy
leg,
is
it's Scott
still
to throw
playing really
first.
well. He
Game
just
on.
run into Coulson, who played amazing. So he doesn't have anything to worry about
50.
yet.
He has won multiple Group A situations, Jimmy, but not in a Champions Week. So he knows how to get over the line on a Wednesday. I wonder if there's any extra pressure on Taylor this week, because he's the one player of the 12 who has won one of these before. So
61.
on some level, I mean, it was only 18, 19 months ago he was lifting the title.
And he doesn't
56.
he doesn't come across like somebody who thinks about that. He's just, you can see he's one match he's great, and the other match in half an hour later he's not that good.
100.
He's a weird player.
I get the feeling that when Scott hits the pillow at night, he doesn't think too much.
100.
He will figure it out when he wakes up in the morning. I can pretty much guarantee that Scott sleeps very well at night.
That's a good thing, eh? I mean, there are a lot of players who overthink everything, and that is cost a lot of energy. But also, if you think about things, you can change it easier. Then you can change things while it's getting better.
133.
Beautiful shot from Jimmy to leave the finish first once again. Might be something he has to hit.
162.
That's immaculate.
Jimmy, you require
He does like double
170.
14, Taylor. He's left it on purpose there. However,
Great first dart. He is disappointing with that. That first dart landed in the board. Great. Could use the dart.
interesting exchange between the two players there. I think Scott Taylor understood that that was a perfect first
Scott, you
dart.
require
And he was expecting Jimmy to
28.
get the second one. Well, it's
Okay,
double
shot in the
14
second
for
leg.
Taylor
Scott
to equalise. Taylor's got the 170 this week. And he is the record holder
leg
in
is
this
Jimmy
building of
to
the
the
most
reverse.
170s ever
Game
hit.
on.
He's now got 7.
The good thing about Vansky, I
60.
think, is you can see he's enjoying the game as well. He's just playing there. If somebody does something that is really good, he appreciates
58.
it, and that's the best way to deal with pressure in a situation like this.
I absolutely agree. There's so much license today for people to feel nervous
96.
and anxious. But you can tell from these two players that they've got this air of comfort and enjoyment.
44.
If we didn't have Champions Week on our graphic there, and you were just tuning in for the first time right now, you'd think this wasn't Champions Week, because they look a lot more relaxed
57.
than some people we've seen before in spots like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's enjoying it. He knows he's playing all right, and sometimes, of course, you get frustrated with your game. But all in all, he seems like he's enjoying himself, and he wants to
100.
be here. And then you see a lot of players who just carry the world on their shoulders when they are on the stage. And yeah, that's a good thing for him.
140.
Slightly disappointed with the 140 there, but if you want to make yourself feel better, look at what Taylor's got left here. He's got a little bit less now.
139. Jimmy, you
Perfectly
require
crafted to leave a finish.
148.
Is it double 14 for Jimmy? It isn't, and he's found himself
142.
in the
Scott, you
basement
require
all of a sudden. A
160.
double for someone of his height that he will not like.
And that makes the next shot so tricky. He knows he's coming back. What do you do now? Are you going for 2 double 2 or
60.
go you straight
Jimmy,
for the
you
double 3?
require
It's such a
6.
difficult. I think he's going straight forward.
How does he hit this? Give the man a magic wand and he still wouldn't hit it. If this goes in, it's dart of the series. Abracadabra. Jimmy Vansky has 1 dart. What can he do with it?
Three.
Darts don't come
Scott, you
more difficult than
require
that.
100.
And if he hits this one, that will hurt him again. Oh.
Scott Taylor is in disbelief.
He thinks I didn't throw that one. That was not my arm. 42 left.
60.
What a contrasting
Jimmy, you
set of
require
emotions on the
3.
stage right now as Jimmy goes for 1 double 1. It's the only route you can take this, of course.
And in the way again, his dart.
No score.
Very difficult on the way he stands and
Scott,
how
you
his darts
require
land in the
40.
board to finish 3.
20.
That one's not finished either. All of a sudden, the
Jimmy, you
enjoyment is out the
require
window.
3.
This is difficult.
This one is a little bit better. He can stay in the same place and see the double one.
No score.
He's had one dart in his hand
Scott, you require 20.
at the end of the visit twice in a row now. That's why he's disgusted.
Game shot in the third leg. Scott Taylor.
He'll be thinking, how have I just broken his throw in 22 darts?
And then you can see that that double 11 on
Fourth leg,
28.
it's Scott to throw
How much of a
first.
difference that make? If it goes outside or on the single 11,
Game
you're on a
on.
much easier next shot.
I get the feeling that if Jimmy leaves 6 again, he's going to go 4-1-1.
98.
Yeah, I think if you go for double 3 with his length and how his darts stand in the board, you have to go fully for it
55.
and then maybe go inside and then 1-1-1. Because this is, if it comes short, you can never reach it anymore.
81.
If you want to find out what it's like to be Jimmy Vansky going for double 3, if you're 5'5", for instance,
140.
find something that is 16 inches high, stand on it, and then have a go. Do it safely, though. And then you'll know how
97.
hard it is to find double 3 from nearly 7 feet tall. And you can see the angle of entry of his dart, which
58.
is slightly kinked to the right-hand side. That's pretty much because of how he stands on the oche,
Yeah, he's
all the way
stuck
to the right-hand side.
to the right side, yeah. So it's always in the way.
85.
You can see it there. That's perfect.
This one is perfect for him.
He's actually
He can use
propped
that.
that dart up there.
100.
And disappointed with a ton. I'm not
Scott, you
surprised.
require 140.
Oh, and look, he's left 148 again. How many times do we see it? A shot is missed, and then they get another chance, and then they do hit it.
45.
That's
Jimmy, you
unfortunate,
require
but this is a big
148.
opportunity now. 95 is not an easy finish to get back in the match.
He wanted his own back on that shot.
100. Scott, you require
But most importantly,
95.
he needs this fourth leg. And he needs Taylor to miss this. Jimmy thinks he's going to hit it. This is different. It's tops.
Game shot
It's
in the fourth
magical
leg.
is
Scott
what it is.
Taylor.
It may be different, but it's effective.
Fifth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game
I
up.
think Jimmy might be starting to think it's not his day.
I think the top players are all thinking, the top of the group players are all thinking this is not their day.
121.
Yeah, the only one who's laughing now is Graham Usher.
He wasn't laughing at the end of the last game,
96.
but he may be stumbling over the line by virtue of the people trying to chase him, not catching him.
Yeah, it feels like all
92.
the high spots are feeling the pressure and they can't cope with it.
$100.
Most of these dart players, if they do win this week, it will be a career high paycheck.
140.
It would be for Taylor because when he won this title, it was £20,000. It's 25,000 up for grabs this week.
To be fair, it's a lot of money. Yeah. For, I mean,
90.
we're talking about amateur
Jimmy, you
darts.
require 148.
And you can make so much money out of the Modus Super Series. That is amazing.
128.
Yeah, Luke Littler was here for less than a year. Walked away with over £50,000.
140. Jimmy, you require
Doesn't
20.
seem much now, considering what he's won since.
No.
Game
Vansky
shot in the
is
fifth
very much
leg.
alive.
Jimmy Vansky.
Yeah, good luck to get back in the match. Put the pressure on Scott Taylor.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And not all of these dart players who go from this venue to the Pro
140.
Tour, they don't all need managers, but if you can get one of these series titles, that could bankroll you and give you some financial
100.
security ahead of a pro career, and that could be extremely important for someone like Jimmy.
Yeah, of course. If you can go on the Pro Tour without having a manager, that's a massive
60.
benefit. If you do well there, everything is for you, and you don't need a manager in the beginning. Only the manager is paying for your trips. So in that
58.
case, you need it if you don't have enough money. So this could help. I know Vansky has a manager, so he's taken care of. But for other players, if you get a Pro
41.
Tour and you don't need a manager, don't do it.
Solid advice for everybody who's listening and watching on live
137.
on Pluto TV at the minute. Vansky is fighting with every single breath he's got left here. He's got a 1 dart lead towards the end of leg 6. It's not necessarily about the leg difference right now. It's about these 2 points that he needs to get. Because if he doesn't,
129.
that 4-point gap at the top for Usher, it will be singing throughout this place for the next few minutes ahead of Coulson against Mcguirk.
To
100.
the last
Scott, you
dart.
require 131.
You feel like there's 106 has to go if he misses done 31.
91.
Well, there you have it.
Jimmy, you require 106.
The gauntlet has been laid down. Another big shot in the career of Jimmy Vansky. Is he up to it?
74.
Casts a shadow
Scott, you require
over double
40.
16. And the shadow might be lengthening.
No score.
What an opportunity.
And that sums up Scott Taylor straight away. He's such a good player,
Jimmy,
and
you
then all of a
require
sudden misses 3 darts for the
32.
match.
I think we might have stumbled upon a nickname for Scott Taylor after that shot. Vansky needs this.
He has to move so much when he's on double. When he's going for the 20s, it's so easy for him, but
No score.
Doesn't find the bed.
this is a problem.
Scott,
for
you
him with his
require
darts.
40.
Something you'll have to figure out. Is the end of this game nigh? Double 10. Comes
Game
to the
shot
rescue
and
once
the
again.
match, Scott
He couldn't
Taylor.
hit tops for the match, but his trusty 10s turns up, and Graham Usher's luck has turned up again. He lost 4-0 in the previous match, and then he had his fingernails for lunch, and then Taylor gets a 4-2 win against Vansky, and Usher is almost the winner of Group A now.
I won't say this has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go Jaden Walker taking everything! And Jaden Walker!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
Modus Super Series champion!
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old.
How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story!
Shot and a Modus Super Series Week 9 champion.
Double 12. Ryan Branley, that is superb.
To the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
Needs to go, and that's exactly what it does. Henry Coates finds the middle.
Yeah, once we're done here, we're going to have a couple of specials weeks here at the Super Series. The first one being the Rising Stars. Players eligible from the ages of 16 to 21 will participate in it. And we'll be opening up our doors on Saturday night for it. You can scan that QR code, takes you to the landing page. That is dartshop.tv, and that's also the QR code that you need if you want to be at the International Pairs Finals tonight. That's the week after, and it also includes an evening with Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis. Now, this is how the tournament looks. This is the Rising Stars. We're going to see the former champion here, Jensen Walker. He's going to be one of the headline names in Group A. Charlie Manby's having a superb 2025. Thomas Banks is also a former weekly winner here. In Group B, we've got the likes of Harry Gregory in there, and we're going to see Nathan Potter and Caden Smith in Group C. The tournament gets underway on Monday morning. That's the 18th of August, and you can watch Dart for Dart as ever live here on Pluto TV. Matthew Edgar is with me here in the Pluto's TV studio. This is what they're playing for come the end of this week, the Super Series Champions Week trophy. Jensen Walker's name is right down the bottom of that particular Roll of Honour, and he's going to be looking to kind of do the reverse of what most people do. Most people win the youth event, then win the main event. Jensen's looking to do it the other way around next week.
He's going to be a big, big danger, isn't he? And there's going to be a lot of eyes on him. He'll probably be the favourite going into that. But when you look at that lineup, when you look at the players that are in it, the first thing that screams out to me is quality. And I think we've got a very varied field. We've got some new names. We've got some experienced names, despite the age. And I think we could be in for potentially one of the best and most entertaining weeks we have seen on that stage.
Well, let's look back on what we've seen so far today. We'll watch that next week here at the Super Series, because when Graham Usher lost out 4-0 to Shane Mcguirk, we thought maybe the wheels would be in motion for a dramatic race towards the line of this Group A. However, the mockers have been put on that because in the game we saw before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 2. This is how the table looks consequently. Graham Usher's still in front, and he's still got a cushion. There's a 4-point buffer with 4 points left to play for, but importantly as well, he's 13 legs clear of Jimmy Vansky. And the biggest split you can make in 2 rounds is 16 legs. He's pretty much there, Matt, isn't he, about the confirmation being put in?
Yeah, we said at the start of the day, didn't we? There's 2 different types of pressure here. One for Jimmy Vansky, where he needs to be perfect. The other for Graham Usher, where he'll feel like he's got something to lose. And he's had opportunities today, Graham Usher, not been as good as he has been the last couple of days. But it feels like the damage has already been done for Graham. Jimmy Vansky's had opportunities. He's gone to the stage twice where he could have reeled back in Graham Usher, and he's not been able to do so. I think the opportunity's gone now for Jimmy Vansky. That was potentially last chance saloon. It looks like Graham Usher's going to finals night.
And that's despite a couple of defeats early on in the piece as well, isn't it? Derek Coulson and Shane Mcguirk making pay for him.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at Usher, it's just not been as clinical as he has been for the last couple of days. The average has dropped a little bit as well, but he's losing moments. He's missing those opportunities like we said about Derek Coulson. Needs to tighten up on the finishes and those low combinations, because they are the difference. That's what's made Graham Usher so good. Clinical nature at the back end of games. That's not quite been there today, but it is a different type of pressure when you're so close to the finishing line.
Will Jimmy Vansky be kicking himself a little bit that he hasn't been able to put on the type of pressure that perhaps he would have wanted to?
He's played all right, hasn't he, Jimmy Vansky? He's ran into a couple of performances along the way as well, so maybe the timing of things hasn't quite worked out. But that last game, that's the one. He had darts at doubles, he missed them. And that's the thing he'll remember the most. 3 days worth of play, and the thing he'll talk about is those missed opportunities in that game, because that was his chance to reel it back in, and he wasn't up to the task.
We were chatting in the studio earlier on this morning about Shane Mcguirk, and we expected him at some point to really click into gear. It feels like today is the day it's happening.
He'll be happy with today. And do you know what? I've been talking about his action, his throw. It's not been working out too well for Shane Mcguirk. But today it has. You know, from the very start, you could look at it and go, he's throwing properly, he's throwing better. And when you're throwing better, eventually the dartboard will start to tell you. And when that combination works together, you increase the performance. We've seen that. He's showing that just because it didn't work on Monday and Tuesday doesn't mean he's not a threat for this title.
And we see Jensen Walker's name at the bottom there. We were here in the last Champions Week where he had a similar points total to Shane Mcguirk, struggled through Group A, but then went on to win the thing.
You win on Saturday, don't you? You don't win on Monday and Tuesday. They just give you the opportunity to get there. Now, Shane Mcguirk's going to have to do it on Thursday or Friday. But with the darts of which he's playing, with the respect that the players give him, with the respect of which he's earned, no one's going to look at it and go, well, you didn't do it Monday, Tuesday. People know he can turn this around very, very quickly. He's going to be a lively contender. And yet there's inspirational stories there which you can draw on.
As you can see, 9 names on that trophy in 10 series here at the Super Series. And throughout the course of the week, we're looking back at some of the moments which crowned our champions here. And today we have a look back at Series 5 and Series 6. And it was in Series 5.
Game, shots, and the match, and the Modus Super Series champion, Jim Mcguirk.
And I think for Jim McEwen, it was kind of, when you consider what he did in Southampton, it was kind of a justification of everything that he did here when he won in Series 5.
He's always been looking for that big moment, hasn't he, Jim McEwen? He's always been knocking on the door of something special, but never really had something to define his career by. And on that occasion, he did. He's got his big moment, he's got his big championship, and quite ironic, really, isn't it, when you look at the pictures and you look at what's going on there, that we've got the 16-year-old Luke Littler handing it over to the 56-year-old Jim McEwen, which is quite interesting because that story could be repeated, as you mentioned already, next week when our reigning champion is going into a youth event here at the Super Series.
And then Scott Taylor. And I remember working with Paul Nicholson on that particular Champions Week, and we were saying how good a player Scott is, but he'd never had that tangible title until he picked this one up.
And that's what this title's provided. You know, when we look at the names on there, we talk about Jim McEwen, we talk about Scott Taylor. They've now got their title. It was the start of things for Luke Littler and his first big title. I remember his interview here. I remember it when he stood here when we used to have the balcony where the studio is. And he went to Alexandra Palace over Lakeside. And he goes, I may never play at Ali Pali again. I've got to take the opportunity while it's there. Well, that's aged very weirdly, hasn't it? So you never know what's going to go on. You never know what this is going to lead to for the players, and someone's going to get a big moment on that stage this week.
And it could well be the 2 players that we're about to see in action now. And look, Shane Mcguirk's had a fantastic year, WDF world champion. And then Derek Coulson, again, a player that at the age of 57 is playing the best darts of his career.
I drew a comparison of Derek Coulson to that of Jim McEwen because the story seems so familiar. A person who you just describe as a very good dart player, but hasn't quite got that tag or that title of which we put them to. It could be this very title this week.
Well, these 2 are going to have to go again in the second half of the week, but who's going to kick off the second half of the day? Well, Vincent Vanderlddera, Paul Nicholson.
Yes, indeed, Henry. It is a mathematical certainty because of the amount of games that we've got left and the leg difference, of course, that we are going to see Shane Mcguirk
Throw first.
over the
Game
next
on.
couple of days. Curiously, and I feel like I've said that word an awful lot today, Derek Coulson has got the second best leg difference in this group, and he's in 4th position in the table.
131.
It's just flat out strange. Now, if he wins his last couple of games, he can vault his way back into the top 3 for a Group B spot. But he's going to need mistakes from Jimmy Vansky and Jurgen Vandervelde. They're sitting on 14 points.
121.
Yeah, but he's going to feel so much better about himself. He's playing a lot better. He moves around the stage better than yesterday and the day before. So, yeah, he's playing himself in form, and he could be a big threat the rest of the week.
I think both of them can say that right now, because we were saying off air, Vincent, that it's weird that today the bottom three in the table as it stands, Coulson, Mcguirk, and Taylor, are the best players of today. They've all got 2 wins from 3, whereas the top 3 have only got 1.
140.
Yeah, they probably feel
Derek, you require
less pressure,
110.
and they're just playing. And yeah, the difference in averages and ability is not that big between them. So
50.
if one
Shane, you
aspect is off,
require
then you can see the other
121.
one is taking advantage.
Can Shane take advantage of this? On the ball.
96.
Close call.
Derek, you require
And Coulson's
60.
doubling today has been exceptional at times. How does he find this?
20.
He doesn't.
Shane, you
You
require
can see that he went to the right of
25.
the dart because that's all he could see. How much of that can Shane see?
9.
Not enough.
Derek,
You can
you
see that
require
the dart was
40.
actually forced to go further away because of the angle.
Game shot in the first leg. Derek Coulson.
And Derek is
Second
in his
leg, it's
50s.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
Some people play their best darts towards the perceived end of their careers. Look at someone like Peter Wright.
140.
Played the best darts of his life in 40s and 50s. Is there any reason to say that Derek Coulson can't do the same?
No, of course he can. Yeah, why not? I mean, he's playing really well. He's enjoying himself.
140.
So why not? I mean, some players are at their peak when they were at 20, 25, and some of them are later in there. Yeah, Terry Jenkins was
42.
very good at the later stages of his career. So, yeah, there are a lot of players who peak early, but you have also who are late bloomers, and yeah, maybe that's better.
100.
Maybe it is. You look at someone like Jeffrey Desvaughn, for instance. We don't know what Jeffrey's going to do in the future.
I've sometimes have some contact with him. He's going to play the Modus Super Series, the
123.
next series, I think in September, and hopefully he's going to go back on the board and play a lot of tournaments and be ready for Q School, because the guy has so
55.
much talent. He should be in the top 32 in the world. So I don't know what he's doing with his career.
Well, we will find out pretty soon. We know what Shane's doing.
96.
He is gunning for another World Championship at the end of the year. And as for 2026, well, that is entirely up to him.
100. Shane, you require
I love
100.
what Henry was just saying, though, about Jensen Walker. He had a very similar week to this of Shane Mcguirk in the previous series. He ended up
80.
winning it. So
Derek, you
if
require
Mcguirk wants a little bit of
106.
positivity ushered his way, just think about that, for instance. Coulson's thinking about 106.
90. Shane, you require 20.
This has seen a lot of attention today. Double 5. Open target.
10.
There's
Derek,
a
you
lot of missed
require
doubles
16.
the first 2 legs, but the good thing about him now is that yesterday he showed so much emotion when he missed, and that he was so
Game
disappointed
shot
in
in the
himself.
second leg. Derek
And now
Coulson.
he's handling it okay. He knows he's not going to get top of the group, but he's tried to get in form.
Third leg, it's Derek to throw first.
Of course, he's annoyed
Game
that he missed.
No, Shane, you can't drink a dart. It's an interesting
60.
psychological profile that we're building up for Shane here, because he was showing more disappointment when he didn't know the future. Now that he knows his future,
121.
he doesn't feel as nervous.
Yeah, probably that is, and he just takes this day to try to get in form. And the first couple of matches showed that
93.
he's getting better. So he must take the positive out of these 3 days, and there's not a lot of positives in the first 2 days, but
100.
he can.
I think the obsession of human beings, especially in sport, is you want to know what's next. You always want to have something positive in your immediate future, but
98.
it's okay not to know what's next because you should be concentrating on right now.
Exactly. And plus, if you want to be a top professional, you have to
100.
not only be a good winner, but also know how to handle disappointments. And after 3 days of this, you could say, okay, this is not my week, or you can say, okay, it can only get better and prove yourself.
When you wake up in the morning, that's another chance to prove yourself wherever you are. And I say that because
55.
Shane has been
Derek, you
around the
require
world recently.
110.
He's definitely in Portsmouth for the rest of this week, but for how long? Coulson's on 110 again. This time he's on tops.
90. Shane, you require
Well, Shane did have a crack at this a little bit
125.
earlier on. Hit the first bull. This time it'll be 60. Or not.
65. Derek, you require 20.
He's wearing a little bit more emotion now. He might be about to go 3-0 down.
10.
And all of a
Shane,
sudden, you got a
require
chance
60.
again and get back in the match. You can break. There was a lazy dart. He should have moved.
50. Derek, you require
Well, if we
10.
see 60 left for Andy Hamilton over the next couple of days, he'll go small 20. That's his play.
It's risky, but yeah, if it works, why not? You've seen
Game shot in the
Gurney.
third leg. Derek Coulson.
He goes with a dart like Gian Van Veen.
Yeah, the
160.
flatty dart.
Yeah.
Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw
That's
first.
something that Luke Littler
Game
used to
up.
do when he was here. But since he joined the PDC, he doesn't do it.
Okay.
Interesting change of plan from the world champion.
180.
And this world champion has started leg 4 perfectly. Yet again, the averages are telling fibs.
100.
Coulson averaging 85.88. Mcguirk, who hasn't got a leg, 91.5.
$97.
Why on earth does he go for the 19s after the 180?
Well, there is this thing that happened when Connor Scott was here, and Andreas Harrison was trying to follow him
96.
in 2024. Scott surmised that the best way to get a 9 darter would be to score a 180, then a 171 with 3 treble 19s and 3 bulls at the end.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Andreas Harrison has got the closest. He got the 180, he got the 171, he got the first bull, but didn't get the second one.
98. Shane, you require 164.
This is where you go the 19s, if you want to hit it, of course, because he doesn't have to. So a lot of people might have
104.
gone for a 140 there to leave double 12.
Yeah, but that's you get it. That somebody goes for the 19s, the 20, and a single bull, you leave 100. It's a much easier finish than
57.
if you leave a
Shane, you
101 or
require
whatever.
60.
Now, the problem here is he's got that dart in the way again.
Game
Doesn't
shot
make
in
any
the fourth
difference.
leg. Shane
By
McGurk.
moving this time to the left-hand side, he opened up the top bed and took it.
Fifth leg is Derek to
It's
throw
not much
first.
pleasing him, eh?
Game on.
Ireland has got quite a footprint in this series. It was consecutive weekly wins for Ireland.
180.
O'Shea winning week 3 and McGurk the following week. And of course, we can't forget the first person to win on a Saturday night in this building was Irish. And Kieran Tian.
140.
Now, Derek, you've never had a 9 here.
$121.
And he still hasn't got one.
But a very good effort.
He won't mind. Big lead of 161.
81.
A win here would take Coulson to second position in the table. But the people behind him would have games in hand.
100.
It's Taylor against Jurgen Vandervelde next.
Yeah, but you must be feeling a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday was just an off day. He should have been much closer to the top spot.
140. Derek, you
Well,
require
yesterday
100.
Derek Coulson was going down the table like rubbish down a drain. Now he's going up the table like a rat up a drain pipe.
Single bull. Good shot.
60. Shane, you require 140.
Brilliant leave. Mcguirk needs magic. And there is no rabbit in that hat. Coulson's doubling, 3 from 12.
68.
Expected
Derek, you require
accuracy
40.
really. To make his numbers a little bit better, he needs it one more time. Hasn't been good on tops. But that is good enough.
Derek Coulson.
Mcguirk is going to stay in that bottom position until the end of play. As for Mcguirk, as for Coulson, he's gone from 4th to 2nd. Interesting stuff, as he's got one more game to go, and his challenge for Group B is very much alive. Considering he had a lesser average by 5 points, it doesn't matter. He wins by 4 legs to 1, ahead of Taylor, taking on Jurgen Vandervelde.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Mcguirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky as Burnett steps up. Richie Burnett does find double 10 and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard alive now, because Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
Fascinating stuff. International Pairs is coming back, and that is how you can get tickets for the Saturday night to see if Jimmy Vansky and Danny Van Tripe can possibly defend their title, because they are coming back, but they will be up against different nations and different pairings as well. Great, great stuff ahead for the rest of the month, as we have 2 special weeks after the end of this Champions Week in Series 11. But speaking of the Champions Week, well, it has been perplexing at times. Graham Usher has been top of the table since round 2 on Monday. He's still there. And he's 4 points ahead of Derek Coulson, Jimmy Vansky, and Jurjen Vandervelde. Now, Usher has a game in hand against Vansky next. That game will tell us whether he wins the group or whether it's still alive. As for this one,
it's Scott to throw first.
there is something else on the horizon. The possibility that we might have 4 players on 14 points. Because if Taylor wins this one,
21.
there's going to be a scrap in the final round to see who gets Group B.
Yeah, all the players, they want to go, if you don't win the group, you want to be in Group B. That makes the
85.
opportunity to make finals not so much bigger. So these last 2 matches could be a lot of pressure on all of them.
43.
Yeah, I think a lot of people say that Group B is more doable because you've got 3 spots available out of 5 players.
Yeah.
Whereas Group C, it's 2 spots from 6.
55.
But, on the whole, Vincent, do you think that dart players would much rather play in the evening than, say, in the afternoon?
61.
I think the evening is better, but depends on the player. What do you prefer? But most of the good players always want to play at night.
Jurgen Klopp, who used to be manager of Liverpool Football Club, he never liked it when his club had to play 12:30 on a Saturday, because it meant that their preparation had to start at breakfast time.
140.
Yeah, it's different than your food and everything. You have to adjust to it, and some people do that better than others. I played in the World Championship last 16, and you play first match of the afternoon.
57.
Yeah,
Scott, you
that's
require
not ideal. You don't feel like
136.
you're playing the last 16 of the World Championship. And at night you build up to it, and I prefer it as well.
36. Yeah, and you require 164.
Yeah, biggest finish of the day so far is 128 from Graham Usher. That seems like a long time ago. That was when he beat Taylor by 4 legs to 2 in game 6.
94. Scott, you require 100.
Taylor could do with this to hold his throw at the start of this one. He's not going to take it.
60.
And so far this week, he hasn't actually beaten Jurgen.
70.
2-0 down in the head-to-heads. So is this maybe a good sign for Vanderlddera? Looks like it.
In the first leg, Jurgen Vanderlddera.
We've talked about the possibility of Taylor winning this match and going to 14 points. But what about Jurgen winning this game and going back into the top 3 with 16 points?
He's the one nobody speaks about, but he's still there. He's hanging about, and he's playing all right. He doesn't have the high averages this week, but he's hard to beat.
I remember
60.
Series 8 like it was yesterday, because that week, Connor Scott was the headline maker. He won Group A,
57.
and he had steamrolled his way through a campaign when he won his week and when he won Group A in Champions Week. And when it went to the Saturday night, everybody thought he was going to win.
100.
And there were players that weren't spoken about that week a great deal. One of them was Marvin van Velsen. In the same sort of way that Vanderlddera hasn't been spoken about this week.
140.
But it was Marvin that won Series 8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody expected Marvin to win the whole week and Championship week as well. That made his career. From that moment on, he started believing in himself more than before. And and after that, he got a Pro Tour card. So that's what
100.
this Modus Super Series can do to you.
Have you ever seen how big Marvin's watch is?
Yeah. He stole it from
105.
from what do you call the train station. Put it on his wrist.
Yeah, Marvin van Velsen and the Big Watch Brigade.
Yeah.
Taylor's going to have a crack at 96.
56.
With
Scott, you require
slightly
96.
better off here. He's got half the amount of points that Taylor has. But Taylor's got the darts. He's also got the leg.
Scott Taylor.
Nice hit there from Taylor.
Finishes like that changes a match, yeah?
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
He's waiting on 48 to get 2-0 up. Your opponent is on 96. It is an easy finish, but also a very difficult
59.
one. And if you hit it, you're back in the game.
It's one of those finishes you're going to leave a lot, especially if you use the 25 from 201 to try and take it down to a 2-darter.
55.
You obviously want to take out the 96 in 2, but 3 will do. But I'm always reminded, and you'll know about this, Vincent,
98.
certain player from your neck of the woods, just over the border. He used to go treble 16, 16, double 16. That's Eric Claris.
Oh, yeah. I see Eric quite often lately
100.
at youth tournaments and everything. He was a nightmare to spot. Even on 24, he goes for 888. He was somebody who always did something different.
55.
Somebody once told me that in a tournament he had 102 left and went 3 double 17s.
That's how he is. Yeah, he's a weird
134.
player. But he was really good as well. Very good throw.
Yeah, world master, of course.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, due to a work accident, he stopped playing.
Yeah, he fall down the ladders and
broke
his elbow in several places and never got back.
That's such a shame. But Belgian darts has never been in a better spot, that's for sure.
100.
And they have the benefit, of course, of playing a lot of darts in the Netherlands because it's not far away.
Yeah, Belgium darts is getting bigger and bigger. It's now on TV. That helps a lot. And they've got a lot of good players now.
Taylor's trying to work this one out. Starting with a treble 7 wasn't the end of the world.
53.
But it won't be the end of the leg.
112.
If you can find a treble. Might go 18s. Yeah, good thinking. Couldn't see the 60, so 54 would have left 38. Now, if this was Jimmy Vansky, he'd probably go 20 double 18.
Scott, you require 56.
Taylor's not going to do that.
Game
That's
shot
how you
with
do
third
it.
leg, Scott
17
Taylor.
data gets him ahead. And the possibility of having 4 players on 14
Fourth leg
points
is Jurjen to throw first.
is
Game
very
on.
realistic now.
Every time when we talk about that somebody gets close to Usher, he loses.
180.
Yeah, the next game will be fascinating. Usher will take on Jimmy Vansky, and Jimmy has to win that game.
140.
I feel like we've said that so many times today.
It's another must-win game, yeah.
Jurjen was 7
81.
darts into a 9 on Monday. This time, he wasn't able to get the second maximum.
95.
I find it fascinating the way that Scott Taylor looks at the dartboard sometimes. It's as if that dartboard has stolen his mail.
Yeah, he's so angry, yeah?
140.
He's a very entertaining dart player to watch for what he hits. But it's almost as entertaining just watching his face.
Plus, he's entertaining because you don't know what you're going to get. Sometimes you think, oh, he's brilliant now, and all of a sudden, 2 legs later, you're thinking he's totally off. And that's most of the time, if a player is playing well, he stays on a certain level. But he can go from brilliant to really poor.
Typified by this match, really.
64.
Been pretty good in his own throw.
40.
Against the darts, not as good.
Game shot in
This
the
one's
fourth
level.
leg. Jurjen Vanderlddera.
Only 3 points, well, 4 points between the averages now. The doubling, however, has been
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
exquisite.
first. Game
2
on.
from 3 for Taylor. 2 out of 2 for Jurjen Vandervelde.
57.
Jurjen shares a surname with a very famous golfer who is famous for letting the 1999 Open
140.
Championship slip. A certain Jean Vandervelde at Carnoustie. It was ultimately won by Aberdeen's own Paul Lawrie
94.
in one of the most famous Open Championships of the last 50 years.
I love the way how Van der Velde throws. His head is completely still. He's only his arm doing the work, so that's perfect.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that's a facet of the game that is very much lost on some technicians. They're always talking about the throwing mechanics, the shoulder, the elbow, the wrist. But if you look at Jurjen's head, it is a symptom of just using the arm.
Yeah, his whole body is still, only the arm work.
60.
That's very good. And look at Scott Taylor, for instance, how much of his body work is moving when he's throwing.
And it will move vertically.
98. Jurjen, you require 161.
Taylor is not a happy bunny right now. He might be about to lose his throw.
121.
Set up. Tops for 3-2 in the break.
60.
Yeah, he did lose his first couple of games today, but he
40.
seems to be clicking into gear. He won match 7. Might be on the cusp of winning this one as well.
Game
that
shot
he
the
is,
fifth
a
leg,
perfectly measured
Jurjen
third dart.
Vandervelde.
His last game is against Usher.
Sixth leg, it's
in match
Jurjen to throw
15.
first. Game on.
He's not going to win the group. Unless
100.
he wins this game and something else miraculous happens.
Yeah, Archie needs to lose matches big then. The
56.
4-0s to get close to him.
Well, it's happened once today. Usher lost 4-0 to Shane Mcguirk and he's bottom of the table.
131.
So best case scenario now for Vandervelde is win this leg, hope that Jimmy
58.
beats Usher next, and let's go to the final round and see what's possible.
It's the only thing he can do. He can only work on himself, and the rest you have to wait and see. But I think he will settle for Group B as well. He will be happy with that.
I think Group C might be calling the name of Scott Taylor. And if you look at his Super Series career, a lot of his success has come from Group B.
130. $65.
Taylor won Group B in Series 6. But he has been in Group C and gone to the Saturday night with Derek Coulson, funnily enough, in Series 9.
100.
So he knows how to get it done
65.
in a secondary group. Look at the comfort that Vanderlddera's got here. Didn't have to go for the 25. He could have gone for the 33 and 32, but even when he missed the 25, he was able to hit 2 singles to set up a match-winning chance.
60. Yeah, and you
just double
require
16 for the match again, and to do a very good job. Even show darts, double.
The accidental double. Now that one's actually gone vertical on him. And that one's gone in clean. What a shot.
Vanderlddera.
Well, it is another victory for Jurjen. And he's still in the race, somehow. But now he needs a favour from his countryman, Jimmy Vansky. As for the performance, he'll take it. Good 93 average. Doubles were excellent. The 4-2 victory keeps him just about in the race.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Scott Taylor lose out to Jurjen Vanderlddera by 4-2. But the focus now is very much on the top of the group, where Jimmy Vansky takes on Graham Usher. And for Graham, 3 legs in this game will be good enough for him to qualify through to a second Champions Night. He did so in the very first Champions Week. Is he going to do so again here? Matthew Edgar has joined me here
Graham to throw first.
in the commentary box for the next couple of games to see whether Graham can finish the job we expected him to get done off, but maybe not as routine as perhaps he would have expected at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I think he gets the job done, if not here, somewhere else, because 3 legs here against Jimmy Vansky will secure his space, but then if he doesn't get the 3 legs, we're then looking at score lines in Jimmy Vansky having to beat Shane Mcguirk by a score, and then Graham Usher having to lose by a score to Vandervelde. So he's in a very, very good position. Maybe he thinks he's already there, but not a good start here for Graham Usher. Opening the door in the very early goings.
And it could put in motion a Group C that maybe we did not expect at all at the beginning of the week.
100.
Jimmy Vansky, Scott Taylor and Shane Mcguirk all dropping through. Now, we knew that somebody of massive note was going to drop in just because of the calibre that we had on show. But I don't think there would have been many people on Monday morning that would have been putting them 3 down to be playing in the secondary group at the bottom end of the scale this week.
92.
Gives us a bit of quality, doesn't it, in Group C as well, as we would expect here on Champions Week. Always the most fiercely contested
43.
Group C of the series.
Jimmy,
but these aren't landing right for Graham Usher. He's already had one on the floor, and that one was facing down to the floor.
Doesn't have to go for the ball, and that is why he's going to set up and leave himself on double 16 after just a dozen darts.
60.
And also coming into
Jimmy,
Group C, the
32.
9-dart man on Saturday night, Danny Van Tripe, Andy Hamilton, and Richard McKee, for whom this really is a opportunity of a lifetime. No real damage done there for Jimmy by hitting the double 11, because Usher's all the way back on 2-3-2.
49. Jimmy, you require 32.
So there's for the break and for the opening leg. Now double 8.
Game shot in the first
1-0
leg.
Vansky, and Graham Usher was nowhere to be seen. Bending over his back, and I just wonder whether those issues that we saw him suffer with on Monday are just beginning to become apparent once again here.
$100.
I think the concerning thing there for me with Graham Usher wasn't just the fact that he was missing, it's the angle of the darts that he was landing in. And even then, he's not getting that angle of entry, and when the darts are landing in at different angles and different directions, there's something wrong somewhere, whether it's the release, the throw, the balance, the rotation.
140.
Could be many things that are causing it to happen. But the thing you need to have, if you haven't got control of where they're landing in regards to the targets, you need to have consistent control over the tungsten. That was better from Usher. Control the dart, you can eventually control its direction.
Well, Graham Usher had the record for the quickest game in the previous venue in Southampton, 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Well, if he doesn't get a move on here, he could be dropped in as equally quick a time.
81.
Because Vansky is in absolutely no mood to mess around here. Once again, second leg in a row, he's left himself on a double after a dozen. This time tops to move 2-0 up and to make real short order of Graham, who...
140. Jimmy, you require 40.
Even with that 140 score, has gone average below the 70 mark. It's double 10. Has a glance over at Graham's score because he's not overly satisfied with the live dart 2. That felt rather safe.
Graham, you require 139.
But is being safe going to leave Jimmy feeling sorry in a minute?
57 scored.
I think part of him was thinking about maybe going for 20 again to bust that, but Graham Usher now got to do a bit of mathematics. Still needs another perfect dart. Went for the bullseye, the smallest target to leave the double 16.
83.
Wasn't able to find.
Jimmy, you require 20.
Jimmy Vansky, another opportunity. He took 2 visits to get the job done in the first leg, did it in 5.
Game
Takes
shot
2
the second
visits again in
leg.
this
Jimmy
leg.
Vansky.
6 darts there for Jimmy Vansky to get over the line, which it's not affecting
leg is
too
Graham
much
to
in
throw
regards
first.
to his control
Game
over
on.
the game. He's 2 from 10 on the doubles. But that reaction there from Jimmy Vansky tells you that he still believes.
61.
And that's going to help his belief. Because he's probably going to feel everything's going right for him right now. A couple of bounce outs for Graham Usher. The fact that Graham Usher is performing significantly the worst performance he has put in this week so far. And I mean significantly.
I'm also getting the sense with Jimmy as well, as he's not overly deterred about the fact it's taken him a few
60.
opportunities to cross the line, because I get the sense in his mind he feels that when push comes to shove, he's still got enough to move through the gears if Graham does up it.
95.
Well, he hasn't lost control, has he? He's missed darts at double, but it hasn't given Graham Usher a chance to take the leg as of yet. And with that 2 from 10 can be a little bit misleading
140.
when you look at functional control of a match. And part of that's just coming
58.
down to the fact that Graham Usher just is not producing here. He's not performing.
Well, let's get this right. This is his worst performance of the week and the game that he needed to go on and win this group. Hang on a second, Jimmy.
21.
Okay, let's flip this and put it on the other angle. Jimmy Vansky's been in this position a few times where he looks like he's playing himself back into the group and then fluffs his lines.
58.
He's kind of just done that there, but another opportunity. He'll be looking for a 140 here to half his score.
95.
Jimmy's also a man that, despite doing a lot of good things here, has also
85.
had his fair share of disappointments. He's had to scrape himself up off the canvas on more than one occasion. And he almost watched that dart fall to the floor.
80.
And that is a long way down for him to pick it up.
144.
He's going to get a look at this 105
100.
to open up a
Jimmy
3-0
require
lead.
105.
For the double break and for full control. Not there. Graham Usher hasn't had a dart and a double yet in this contest. That's going to
44.
change right here, right now. But a failure to comply means that Vansky has got 3 more for a 3-0 lead.
Jimmy, you require 32.
It's double 16, and Graham questions why things are going so wrong when it matters the most.
Jimmy Vansky.
But it's Jimmy Vansky who is currently serving up all the answers. 3-0 to the good,
first.
looking in cruise control, and has the darts in his hand to win 4-0.
Game on.
Keeps it alive, doesn't it? I mean, there's still a lot to have to go right for Jimmy Vansky. He's going to have to beat Shane Mcguirk by a score. He's going to have to hope Graham Usher loses to
100.
Vanderlddera. There's a lot still to happen, but the main thing he's going to want is hope. To believe that he can still, to mathematically
60.
still have that chance. And he's playing his part, he's doing his role. But I've got to say, if Jimmy Vansky comes through to win this group,
44.
for me personally, and from my experiences here, that would be the biggest turnaround and the most unexpected win I
60.
think I would ever see. I don't know if you've got any stories through the history of Super Series where we've seen something similar, but I can't imagine there is.
No.
140.
Definitive.
41.
It would be like Houdini getting out of Alcatraz, whilst the sea in the San Francisco Bay is littered with sharks that are ready to
140.
bite him. That would be how daring an escape this would be for Jimmy Vansky, who's looking at 77 to complete a 4-0 success. Well, for Graham Usher, it's not too little, but you get the sense it's too
Jimmy
late.
requires
He had a couple of darts and a
77.
double to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. He smiles in the face of it all, but it may well be Jimmy Vansky who has the last laugh. Oh, that toss went in and out. You can see the puncture mark in the bottom left-hand corner of the target.
Graham, you require 160.
He's won this game once, but it didn't stay in. He's going to have to do it again. But is he going to have to do it again in another leg? Usher's not going to find the second
100.
treble.
Jimmy, you require 40.
Well, that would have been a sickener if that went, but Vansky to eventually get the job done.
Game shot.
Makes no
and the match,
mistake,
Jimmy
second
Vansky.
time on tops. It's a 4-0 win for Jimmy Vansky, which just gives him and Vanderlddera the smallest bit of hope. Graham Usher is still top of the group, but my word, is it precarious. A 4-0 win for the Dutchman means that his hopes, as faint as they are still alive. This is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. It just didn't happen at all for Graham Usher in that game. Coming up after the break, Scott Taylor and Derek Coulson kick off the final round of matches. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got one more round of fixtures to go in this Group A, and we still don't know who the winner is going to be. Before the break, Graham Usher lost out 4-0 to Jimmy Vansky, which means 3 players can still mathematically win the group. Them two and Vanderlddera still have a chance of making it through. This is how the table looks. Usher tops with 18 points. Vansky and Vanderlddera both with 16. Derek Coulson on 14 points. Could sneakily get into Group B, depending on what happens in the final few games. Scott Taylor and Shane Mcguirk are guaranteed to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. Right, let's get into it then. A win here for Derek Coulson against Scott Taylor will put him on to 16 points and with a very, very healthy legs difference. Scott can't move. As in for the league table, he can't move. 12 points and 5th place for him, and he won't be able to move above that or below that come the end of the day's play. For Derek, if he wins this one, it would mean that any kind of slip up from Vansky or Vanderlddera in the final couple of games would mean that he would be guaranteed to place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. So for DC, it's about winning and then hoping that the permutations will go his way. For Scott Taylor, a final game in his Group A campaign, which has been very stop-start at times. I suppose the irony about things for Scott has been when he's played his better darts, it's tended to have been when he's lost.
Yeah, I think both players have really stepped it up a bit today, haven't they? I mean, Derek Coulson probably statistically hasn't, but in his match play, he really has produced a lot better today. And he's picked up 3 wins. Maybe could feel he should have won them all.
60.
It's just reminded us all, hasn't he, of the quality that he has got. Scott Taylor, I think it's been pretty much the same sort of level of results, but at times today has really got his scoring boots and showing that scoring power. I think these are 2 players that are really going to step it up in their secondary groups.
$43. $180.
Well, we mentioned earlier on when we were commentary together that the players in this Group A have an opportunity to make Derek Coulson's life
56.
a heck of a lot harder. If he wins this game, then he'll need just one player out of Vansky and Vanderlddera to lose, and he'd be in Group B. If both of them win, then he's going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And as much as you probably would back him to get out of that particular group, you're doing yourself a favour, aren't you, for the rest of the field if you're putting Derek in seemingly the group that mathematically is tougher to get out of.
180.
Oh, absolutely.
Derek, you
and
require
I can tell
20.
you now, the field will care who gets through. No one's going to want Derek Coulson there. He's a favourite before a dart was thrown for a reason.
Leg, Derek Coulson.
He's just kicked off there with a breaker throw against Scott Taylor, showing that quality once again. A great 14 darter there for Derek Coulson in a day that can only be signalled in progression.
It's fair to say that, and you can label this with pretty
57.
much every single player so far this week. It's been very in and out. There's not someone that you look at and think,
81.
particularly now Graham Usher's had the day he's had today. There's no one you can look at and think, they've just been steady the whole way through.
$60.
Everybody's had their trials and tribulations so far, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no sort more than Graham Usher. When you look, he didn't really have much left to do today, and he's not done it yet. His last 2 games, he's lost 4 legs to 0. Only getting 2 darts out of double, and that came off the back of missed darts from his opponent in the last game. So, Graham Usher looking a
95.
little bit vulnerable, despite the fact he's top and clear. This could very much unravel.
123.
Well, I'm just looking at that thinking that could have been one of the greatest shots in the history of darts. It looked like Taylor was going for the 170-170 back to back.
140.
Never even seen it attempted before. I think we'd have had to get the confetti out early if that would have gone.
39. Derek, you require 149.
Well, the 149 is on the offing for Derek Coulson, so you can put the confetti away for that.
133.
Although what you may not know at home is somewhere in this
43.
building,
Derek, you
somebody is
require
sat
16.
next to a great big red button. And if they click that at the wrong time, they are getting the sack. Double 4.
Game
And it
shot the
goes,
second
and
leg,
Coulson
Derek
leads
Coulson.
by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Mind you, do you remember the match play not long ago? Someone kept pressing the music button a bit too early.
Remember the COVID year? It was Dan Lauby, Ryan Searle. Someone pressed the cheer button when he missed the double.
100.
Well, you might need to press the cheer button here because both players have hit a maximum to start the leg. Scott Taylor is going to continue in his pursuit of perfection.
46.
But can Coulson? What are we saying, Dell? No, Dell.
57. $60. $58. $45.
Well, Taylor leads himself on the big fish, but Coulson can leave himself in a very handy position to get the double break and open up a 3-0 lead in this game.
60.
Well, he tried to leave it before, didn't he, Scott Taylor, in the most unusual fashion. He is the player who's hit the most 170 finishes in Super Series history. That record got added to yesterday when it went to 7. It won't go to 8 as of yet.
58. Derek, you require 146.
But he is on the Super Series record whiteboard here in the commentary box.
Coulson looking at 146. But he isn't going to find the second shove on 19, which would have given him a dart at double 60. He's going to leave himself handy nonetheless. Double 8 if Taylor cannot find a ton plus checkout. 112 on the offing for the former champion. To really keep himself in this contest. He's been outplayed for large sways. This is his first dart at a double. And it strays the wrong side into the madhouse. And he could find himself in the doghouse before too long. Coulson, free in hand at double 8 to open up a 3-0 lead.
No score.
Well, that
Scott, you require
something rarely seen. Derek Coulson missing free in hand at a double.
Especially that 16s, 8s area of the board. Normally so strong in that area.
Well, he's made an absolute
14.
mess of that.
Derek, you require 16.
I've got absolutely no idea what's going on there. Coulson double 8.
Just poorly applicated darts, wasn't it, that one from Taylor? But this got to be good now. It's got to go under that dart.
8.
That is the danger there. You see
Scott,
the
you
little flicker of the
require
equipment as it
24.
hit the dart on the way through. It's very tricky because his darts do come high to come low. More of an arc on his throw.
Game shot in the third leg, Scott Taylor.
Well, we was looking for the confetti moment. Scott Taylor celebrating the double 6 there, last starting hand.
Fourth leg
flick
is
off the barrel
Derek
in.
to throw first.
I'm just getting
Game
the
on.
feeling that there's a lot of tired darts on that man right now. Gives himself a punch in the face and trying to wake himself up somewhat.
93.
No, I always do find that a strange one, really, because even when you're winning the fight, you're actually losing it.
Never won a fight in my life,
45.
pal.
$140.
We know one thing about Scott. He is a scrapper. He will fight away for every last thing he can get. But if you could tell him, right, Scott, you can tap out now, finish off today, and just come back tomorrow,
100.
he'll say, yep, thank you very much, shake your hand, and he'll be off into the Portsmouth sunset.
$92. $140.
You mentioned that maybe some tired darts from Scott Taylor. He almost looks a little bit,
100.
can I say fed up? Looks a bit fed up of the situation at the moment. Maybe knows he's not played his best. Maybe doesn't feel like he can change too much right now.
He's the type of player that I get
Derek,
the
you
feeling that he
require
needs something
76.
to play for. And so the situation today where we kind of knew realistically it was going to be in Group C before a dart was thrown does not play into his hands whatsoever. It'd be a bit harsh to say that he's going through the motions a little bit,
Derek
but
Coulson.
this isn't the intensity that he needs to perform at his best as Coulson opens up a 3-1 lead.
Fifth
That's
leg
got
is
the
Scott to
term.
throw
He's
first.
playing emotionally.
Game on.
Problem is, all those emotions aren't the positive ones. They're all disappointment, frustration. Even when you hit something positive, when you're in that
85.
situation, you get sort of annoyed. Try to force that through, which is something we know he's very, very good at with that last dart, and it just goes to show how far off that was. With that one, tried to force it, but ended up engaging shoulder.
134.
But then again, Scott's one of those players that you also trust that come tomorrow when everything's back level at 0 and he knows there's one
99.
chance left, that might bring the best out of him. You don't expect this version of Scott Taylor to continue to happen throughout the course of the week.
Absolutely not. He's going to
96.
be in the mixer for sure. He's going to play a hand. He's going to play a part somewhere in Champions Week, you feel.
$140.
Well, Taylor's put himself in a decent position in this leg to at least
95.
force Coulson to serve it out, but a miss stray with the last dart, a miss fire with the last dart means that he hasn't left himself on a finish.
154.
That was a lazy dart. Just threw that down in the sort of general area, didn't he?
140. Scott, you
And when he
require
makes a mistake, he
23.
rectifies it. Coulson even himself on a double for the match. If Taylor cannot find double 8 or double 4. Double 4 moves
19.
inside, and so Coulson
Derek, you require 36.
leads himself on double 18 to complete a 4-1 victory to end his campaign of a win and possibly put himself in with a chance of playing in Group B tomorrow night. Double
Game
9 is
start and the
there.
match,
A
Derek
4-1
Coulson.
win rounds off Derek Coulson's group. And for Scott Taylor, he will trudge off the stage, happy in the fact that at least tomorrow everybody is back at an equal kilter. For Derek Coulson, well, he has to wait to see what group he's going to be in. He'll have to wait till the end of the day to find out his fate. But a 4-1 win rounds off his Group A campaign. Coming up after the break, we'll see whether Jimmy Vansky can pile the pressure on Graham Usher at the top of the table. He takes on Shane Mcguirk at the bottom of the table. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski! what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Mcguirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
We are going to the last 2 games of Group A, and this really is the thick end of the stick now. Here are the permutations. Any of the top 3 in the table can still win this group. But if Jimmy Vansky beats Shane Mcguirk, Jurgen Vanderlddera cannot win this group. No matter what happens in this game, we will go to the last match, which is Jurgen against Graham Usher. We really want to know who's going through to Saturday first, and you will find out in the next 30 minutes. Exciting stuff, Vincent.
Definitely, you can feel that Jurgen and
Jimmy to throw
fancy
first.
their chances. I mean, Mcguirk is playing really well, so he could beat Jimmy. Usher is really off. He played really poor the last match. I haven't seen him play that
140
bad in the whole tournament. So yeah, excited.
And Mcguirk is going to finish bottom.
100.
But I don't think he's going to take that too personally. I think he's already seen enough improvement over the last couple of days to feel good about his challenge in Group C over the next
45.
72 hours or so. And he will be joined by Scott Taylor, so that group is going to be stacked. But Vansky, he did enough
85
against Usher in Game 12, getting that 4-0 victory to keep himself alive. Now he's got to put his foot down and put all the pressure on Graham, who has been leading this
60
table since Monday morning.
Yeah, he was always in control, but today he's just having a really bad day, and yeah,
140.
so that makes it for us a little bit more exciting to watch.
Yeah, just a bit. The only victory that Usher's got today was against Taylor in Game 6. That seems like an eternity ago.
100.
It's a finish for Vansky, but you fancy Mcguirk is in a slightly better position here.
And every time the Usher lost a match, then somebody helped him get
168. Jimmy, you require 156.
back into it.
Jimmy knows a thing or two about
60.
Super Series pressure.
Shane, you
He
require
lives
8.
it, he breathes it. Is he behind in the first leg?
Game
It's
shot
a
in the
lovely
first
kiss off the
leg.
barrel
Shane
there.
McGuirk.
14-dart break for the world champion from the WDF. He's playing with
Second
very
leg,
little
it's
pressure.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for him, this is just a practice game. Get ready for tomorrow and just leave the building with a good feeling.
180.
He doesn't want to do Jimmy any favours.
No, of course not. Why should he?
81.
He's playing better and better today, and yeah,
95.
he must feel good for tomorrow now.
Shane's got this habit as well of finding some of his best darts towards the end of a schedule.
100.
It's not just the final game of the week that he's good at, because he's won it the last 2 times he's done it. But it's also putting in big numbers at the end of a session like this. He's done it multiple times, and he is causing Jimmy to have a bit of a nightmare here.
Yeah, you can see on Mcguirk, he's releasing the dart a little bit earlier than yesterday and the day before. He's going much more easy with the dart to the air.
14.
And he makes it life very difficult for Vansky at the moment.
$65.
Well, that was
Shane, you
interesting. He was trying to get Bull to leave 170. Needs to go the other side. Over the top. And
Game
in.
shot
What
the
a dart
second
that is
leg.
from Shane.
McGuirk.
If he gets 2 more legs, Jimmy Vansky is not
Third
going to win
leg
this
is
group.
Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
And the funniest thing, it's not funny actually, I'm just saying it's the funniest thing. Jimmy could be in Group C.
96.
Still, oh. That would be a nightmare for him, eh? If he played that well, and constantly touching distance of winning Group A.
I'm going to make this
96.
promise right now. This is Series 11. If Jimmy Vansky goes to Group C after the position he's been in the last couple of days,
59.
and Jurgen Vandervelde wins this table, this will be a group that nobody ever forgets.
180.
Another great 180. Yeah, he feels so much better now than we saw the first day.
135.
Absolutely.
He played himself into a good form now.
Bit of patience here from Shane, you feel, not being bogged down by the fact that Monday was terrible.
140.
He is one of the players of the day, but what about Derek Coulson? 8 points for the day. His confidence is
95.
rocketed
Shane, you require 85.
over his last 5 matches. Mcguirk, 85 away from 3-0. Bullseye.
60.
Don't get much closer than that.
Jimmy, you require
And this is a must go now, eh?
116.
He has to finish this one to get back in the match. Great first dart.
Don't go for the 18,
No,
Jimmy.
he does it again.
Okay. Courage of conviction.
Prove us wrong.
Absolutely
Game shot in the third leg.
impeccable.
Jimmy Vansky.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great finish.
You
So-
really have to have a love affair with
Fourth
double
leg,
18 to do
Shane
things
to
like
throw
that.
first.
Yeah, exactly.
Game on.
It's only in a hole of throw, but it was a very important moment.
140.
He must love double 18 so much he's got a picture of it in his wallet. Just for
80.
clarity, if Mcguirk wins this game, Vansky doesn't win this table, and if Jurgen Vandervelde wants to win it, he has to beat Usher 4-0. Usually
40.
you'd say that's quite unlikely, but Graham's lost his last 2 games by 4-0.
Yeah, plus he's totally off. To the last match, he was really poor at scoring. Sometimes he was very
58.
far away from the trebles, and yeah, I don't say it's impossible.
100.
It's not impossible. Remember when Vanderlddera beat Steve Beaton 4-0 in his weekly final.
59.
But that's only on the condition that Vansky loses this game. If Vansky were to win,
140.
a Vanderlddera win would actually help Jimmy. He's not going to leave a finish here.
80.
He needs to do as well as he can and win as much
Shane, you
legs as
require
possible.
81.
Because you don't want to be in Group C now after this whole week of 3 days of darts.
61.
You can even see that Mcguirk is squeezing the lemon for all of its juice. It's as if he wants to get a win over Jimmy
60.
to
Shane, you require 20.
embolden his confidence even more. He hasn't beaten Jimmy this week,
Game shot in the
but he
fourth
might be about
leg,
to
Shane
do it.
Mcguirk.
Yeah, he's playing really well. This is probably the best match we've seen from him
Fifth leg
this
is
week.
Jimmy to throw
Absolutely.
first. Game on.
You consider some of the averages he had on Monday.
Yeah.
86 was his best. This is 104.
59.
Yeah, you see he's playing with confidence as well now. He's more determined. His first dart is in the treble. He's got a lovely rhythm now. He's throwing faster, harder.
140.
Looks really good.
This is probably going to come off as a bit of a stupid question, Vincent, but considering how well he's played today,
84.
do these points stay in the barrels for tomorrow?
Yeah, you would think so. If he changes his back now, then there's something wrong in his head.
140.
Yeah, looks like he's got a bit of better balance.
58.
Champions Week Group A is going to go down to the last match. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy leaves the building pretty quickly.
140.
He will be devastated at not winning Group A this time. But he'll have plenty of time to get ready for tomorrow
Shane,
if
you
this
require
81 goes.
81.
He's got the luxury of laying up for the 72. He didn't have to do that. Probably telling himself off there, thinking, why did I do that for? He's got away with it.
52.
And the game is up,
Shane, you
according to
require
Vansky.
40.
Yeah, he's annoyed.
Game shot.
He
and
will
the
be
match,
annoyed,
Shane
and Mcguirk will be very happy about the fact that he has got his first win against Jimmy this week. Group A will be determined in the final match of the group, but it will not be won by Jimmy Vansky on this occasion. Shane Mcguirk, what a performance, 106.29. Seems like everybody's playing their best darts against Jimmy. It's down to the last match then.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
A very warm welcome back to Portsmouth in the final game of Group A in Champions Week in Series 11. A lot of people around the world think that darts is a very simple game, and it is, but we're about to make it very complicated. All day long we've been talking about Graham Usher possibly winning this group, and if he wins this match, he will win the group. But if he gets one leg, he will also win this group because of a superior leg difference situation. As for Jurgen Vanderlddera, where do we start? He's been the unspoken underdog all day long. But he can still win this group if he wins by 4-0. So here we go. Every leg is paramount. This first leg could seal the title and an invitation to Saturday for Graham Usher. But his confidence will be very low because he's lost his last couple of games by 4-0. But I'm not going to go any further than that, Vincent, without saying the fact that Jurgen Vanderlddera, in your own words in the last minute or so, he can win Group A, he can be in Group B, he can also be in Group C.
Yeah, for him, it is a very difficult. He needs to win, that for sure, because he doesn't want to be in Group C.
First
So
leg
a
is
win is the
Jurgen
first
to throw
thing, and
first.
then he hopes that Usher doesn't turn up and he
Game
can win
on.
4-0, and he's got 2 days off.
Here's what's weird. Vanderlddera in the table is in 4th position, and he could be first at the end of this match.
48.
The worst possible situation for Graham is that he loses this game
140.
and goes into Group B. We could indeed have the lowest amount of points and leg difference as a
60.
total for a Group A winning this group in Super Series history. That currently belongs to Andreas Harrison at 18
60.
points and +7. If Usher were to win 4-3, for example, he would equalise that.
Yeah, it's been a very nervy day
97.
for Usher. He can't find his range today. He's struggling, but he's also
41.
fighting. He knows he definitely knows he needs one leg. You want to do that as soon as possible, and don't get even more pressure on you than necessary.
83.
I suppose it's a lot harder to get just one leg when you've just lost your last 2 matches to 0.
60.
Yeah, definitely. That is difficult. You know yourself that it all what happens in your head makes it everything even more difficult.
Absolutely. Graham's brain right now will be looking like the
134.
M25 motorway. And
Yeah,
everything's going full speed.
Yeah, he lost his scoring power completely. Yeah? Another 12 darts, 200 left.
97.
Yeah, good last start. Gets him on a finish.
79.
That is manageable. If this goes, Vandervelde will be 25% of the way to the top of the table.
59. Graham, you require
This
103.
is to win the group. How many times do we have to say it, Graham? We don't have to
James
say
shot
it
the first
anymore
leg. Graham
because
Usher.
Graham Usher's going to Saturday.
Really?
Second leg is
He apologises
Graham to
for
throw
it.
first. Game on.
And a break. He must feel so relieved. He hasn't been playing well today, but yeah, the final is there.
140.
He did say on Monday afternoon that if he were to make Saturday again, he would not make the same mistake twice
60.
in losing a final. Very, very interesting. And those skinny odds for Graham this morning, my word. You may have been eating fingernails for the
81.
last few hours if you were on that one. But he has done the job.
You can also see on Vandervelde, there's a lot of pressure on his arm now. We saw this game
96.
before.
Apparently, we've just had some word from one of our colleagues. Henry Deacon has found out that Graham hasn't got a clue
22.
about the permutations here. He doesn't know that he's won the group. He's still going to feel stressed.
Yeah. Smart people are those darts players.
He's going to get some good news at the end of the show.
Yeah.
139.
But now we have to turn our attention to Jurjen because
Yeah.
if he wins this game, he can still get into Group B and put Jimmy Vansky in C.
81.
Yeah, exactly. He should only think about winning the match.
And more than most situations, I think it's important for Jurjen to get there. Because he
84.
won week 11, which is less than a fortnight ago. His route to winning that week
57.
was playing Group A,
Yeah, and you require
playing Group B,
122.
and then playing the Saturday. If you've been there and done it before, you want the same sort of route. He wants the bull.
97. Graham, you require
Now he can only hope that
120.
Usher doesn't finish 120 and put him in a lot of problems.
Graham's only won 6 legs today.
80.
He hasn't won a
Yeah, and
7th
you
just
require
yet.
25.
2 8s for Jurjen.
Game shot in the second leg.
Perfectly
Vandervelde.
executed.
If you see Graham Usher play at the moment, you don't think he's going to win this match.
Third leg is Jurjen
he's
to
struggling
throw
really with his
first.
scoring, with
Game on.
everything, and yeah. If Jurjen looks a little bit to his opponent, he would find out that he's in a very good
140.
position to make Group B.
100.
That's more like it.
Of course, he hits a 180 when I say that.
I just want every time he's hit a 180, he's done that today. Strange, isn't it?
It's probably because he doesn't feel it.
Give that man a quadro board and see if he can
43.
score 240 and make himself happy. But one thing's for sure, if he is having
140.
a bit of physical trouble, let's say his back is a bit sore,
Yeah.
having a couple of days off might be just the ticket so that he can be the best version of himself on Saturday.
Oh, I think so, yeah. If he would have lost this group and had to come back tomorrow, that
140.
would be a lot more difficult for him, especially mentally, let alone for his back.
58.
When he won his week in week 8, he beat Carl Wilkinson in the final by 4 legs to 2. He played really, really well up
66.
until the
Graham,
final
you
and
require
he had
123.
a drastically lesser average than Carl in the final, but still won in 6 legs. But he was second in Group A that week. He was second in Group B. Then he won the week. And that's where the comparison between himself and Jurjen
33.
doesn't stop.
Yeah,
More on
you
that in a
require
second.
112.
Needs the treble now.
Does he go with 18s here?
Again, he does it again. You can see there's a lot of tension on his arm
39.
now. Yeah, the
Graham, you
match before
require
this,
90.
Jurjen played a lot freely, and it looked a lot better than now.
Bullseye.
65.
You saw there, Graham was going for two single 20s. He wasn't even risking the treble 20 on a 90 shot.
That's how insecure he is about his game at the moment.
That is wonderful. And if Usher doesn't know that he's through, this is going to be a very stressful situation for him. He'll feel like he's free-falling.
Throw first. Game on.
Yeah, winning one leg out of the last 3 matches and still win the group.
It means he did some good stuff on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
But if he was a stock on the stock exchange from Monday to Wednesday, you would have sold it yesterday.
Yeah.
180.
Vanderlddera is starting to churn a little bit here. Getting closer and closer to Group B. And even when he's not playing his best darts, he's still averaging 89. That's a good sign. What else has he got up his sleeve?
180. 62.
It has been scary this week a lot.
141.
Oh, dart 8. Strikes again.
89.
Look how annoyed he is. He really wants to get one.
Don't get distracted. You only need a win now, man.
Absolutely.
Don't think about 9 darters or anything.
Yeah,
just win.
you require
Look on the bright
52.
side. Even if you don't get one today, you could possibly get one the next couple of days or even on Saturday. Double 16.
36.
He's got plenty of time on his side.
Yeah, look, 274 after 12 darts. That's poor scoring. We haven't seen that from him
81.
in the last 2 days.
You require 16.
He's covered the bed a little bit there. He needs a Jensen Walker type dart here. And he's found a beauty to go 3-1 up. Jimmy Vansky is now 1 leg away from Group C.
Yeah, would have thought that.
5th leg, it's Jurjen to throw first.
The last 3 days we were talking about it. He's attacking Usher for the top spot. And all of a sudden you're on the brink of going to Group C.
57.
And Jimmy has qualified for Champions Night via Group C before.
140.
And Group C is a very tough group to get out of.
Absolutely. You got Danny Van Tripe in there. He might have to play his pairs partner.
Yeah.
And Jimmy did qualify
41.
in Series 8 with Derek Coulson. But it looks like Coulson is not going to Group C
75.
this time. Now, I did promise you a comparison between these two players. Their route through to Champions Week was the same.
97.
Second in Group A, second in Group B, winning on the Saturday night. So they've done pretty much the same thing
140.
in getting here. But there is one big, big difference. Usher has been to Champions
99.
Night before.
Graham, you require 146.
He's been to the final match.
And he found his range again. All of a sudden he's enjoying darts again. It's very weird. Last couple of legs he couldn't find a treble, and all of a sudden he's after 12 darts and 26.
I'm going to categorise Graham Usher right now like the city of Melbourne.
18.
You might think I'm crazy for saying this.
Yeah, and you require
But the reason I'm saying that is because it's like 4 seasons in one day with Graham. That's what it's like in the city of Melbourne. If this goes in, Jurjen would have been in Group B.
He would have loved
100. Graham, you require 8. Game shot in the 5th leg. Graham Usher.
Break a throw.
6th leg, it's Graham.
This game is still alive. And so are Jimmy Vansky's hopes of making Group B. Who's the most nervous person right now?
100.
It's probably Jimmy. Because when you're playing, you have it in your own hands. And watching a game is far more nerve-wracking than playing yourself.
I'd have to agree. I remember watching Steve Evans of Wales in Las Vegas.
92.
Playing Gary Anderson on the floor. And if Gary beat him, I wasn't in the match play. Steve won. I ended up getting in the match play as 16th seed on debut. Strange situation.
Yeah, but if you watch a match, then you always have that doom scenarios in your head. Oh, he's going to miss now. Oh, look at that. And normally he hits that.
135.
It's so difficult to watch a match where you're not involved.
Yeah, no control.
Yeah.
That's why when we say it's easier to play than watch, we mean it.
100.
All of a sudden, Graham is playing some pretty decent stuff.
58.
Yeah,
His darts are hitting the board with less pace. They seem to be feathering their way into the board now as opposed to going in with a nicer angle like they were on Monday.
Yeah, he's been struggling, but he found a little bit of form now the last couple of legs again, so that will probably make him feel a little bit better.
40.
But he knows he has some work to do the coming 2 days to be ready for finals night.
I'm pretty sure he's not going to go back to Scarborough. It's a long way from Portsmouth.
Graham, you require 76.
Maybe stick around and just gather his thoughts. First and foremost, he's trying to get leg 6.
Game shot in the
We are
sixth
going
leg.
into a
Graham
last leg
Usher.
decider, and it will tell us who gets Group B.
Seventh
The Dutch
and
players are
final
going to be
leg,
split
Jurgen
up
to throw first.
after this leg.
And who's going to be in Group B and who's going to be in C? Good start from Jurgen.
Apparently, Graham Usher doesn't know. Surely he knows that he's won the group now.
100.
And the funny thing is, we speculated that if he won
140.
by 4 legs to 3, he would have one of the lowest points totals in the history of the Super Series Group A Champions Week. Well, if he loses this leg,
140.
it will be the lowest ever.
And you probably don't
100.
care at all.
He will not care. Maybe Andreas Harrison would care because he would lose that record. There it is. Jimmy is currently in Group B. Might not be for long. Jurgen can catch him.
Impressive last leg from both players.
83.
Oh, and look at that for a dart.
Jurgen, you
That
require
cost Graham a finish.
121.
And that's exactly what Jimmy didn't want to see. Doesn't have to go for it. And even under this kind of pressure, he still keeps his head.
89.
Sensible stuff. 32 after 12, that's what you want in a deciding leg.
32.
So here it is. It's gavel
Jurgen,
time.
You require 32.
What's the judgment?
$16.
There is no judgment yet.
Graham, you require
This one has been adjourned.
146.
You see what pressure does to you. He knows he's got another 3 darts.
59.
This one has to go.
Jurgen, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game shot and the match.
He gets
Jurgen
over the
van der
line,
Velde.
and somehow, with that puff of the cheeks, Jurgen Vanderlddera has got into Group B at the expense of his countryman, Jimmy Vansky. But the big story is that Graham Usher has won this group and has done so with the lowest points total with the leg difference attached ever. 82.49 in defeat. But Jurgen Vanderlddera wins the last match by 4 legs to 3. But there's a lot to talk about at the end of the show.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where a very, very relieved Graham Usher joins myself and Matthew Edgar in the studio. Graham, many congratulations, but that was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a tough day. I knew what I had to do, but it just got harder and harder and harder. Jimmy played well. He pushed me all the way. Look, I'm lucky to get through. You know, I had a good fest day. And like you said, yeah, you need a little bit of luck. I had that bit of luck and we scraped through. But yeah, on to Saturday, things will change. So hopefully get that form back. But that was hard work, really hard work.
And it did look hard work, didn't it?
It did, and I think Jimmy Vansky probably made it a little bit easier. He missed his opportunities to really capitalise in on those moments, but the damage was really done on Monday and Tuesday, and it goes to that sort of thing. Anytime we look at a league table, don't we? We're saying football, is it better to have the points on the board, or do you want the games in hand? On this situation, the points on the board really did tell, because not only was Jimmy going up to try and close him down and play the match of which he was playing, but he also had that scoreboard pressure and that side story as well, and let's say the damage was already done.
Did you know going into the last game?
Not a clue. I was looking up at you, looking for some inspiration, like, what do I need to do?
I tell you what, you're in trouble if you're looking at me for inspiration, let me tell you.
So I stood down there and I just said, you look at me, I went, I'm throwing you, like, that was it. So, look, yeah, scraped through. I'm just out to get through now. My lad's going to be down. Joe and the family will be down now. So, yeah, I'm just relieved to get through. Couple of days off, which I'm glad. I need to get my back sorted out, and I have struggled today with my back, but that's not an excuse. The lads played really well downstairs.
I'm going to show you a pointless clip then, Graham, in that case, because that was the moment that sent you through the first leg.
You look thrilled.
I looked over at Milton. My lad said to me, if you ever knew what was going on, you'd be dangerous, but I'm just best not knowing. You get to 53 and it's like, well, I don't, and just play darts. But I had no idea, not a clue. So look, we're through and we'll go again on Saturday and see what happens.
Well, let's have a look at the table. I can confirm, right, you've actually won the group. We've not just sent you up here as like some kind of Anton Deck prank thing, but yeah, 5 legs in the end from Jurjen Vanderlddera. And actually, it's the lowest points total somebody's ever won a Group A on at a Champions Week.
Yeah, well, happy days. I mean, after Fest Day, I was really relaxed. Fest Day, I felt great. Second day, I just thought at least get 3 wins, which was straight through. And today, I just don't know what happened. I say, you can overthink things, can't you? You know yourself. Yeah. You know, once you start to overthink, I just need this and that. But I need to start and think.
Dart players looking at me for inspiration. We're in big trouble, aren't we?
Yeah, and that just goes to show, like, you don't want to work it out. You don't want to know, like, because you get mini goals within the goal. Graham probably came in today with the thought, like, well, if I get 2 wins, 3 should do it, and then you lose a game, and that's one of my lives gone. And instead of counting up, you start counting down. Yeah. And when you start counting down, it's the glass half full, glass half empty, and then it starts really getting into your mind. Right, I've got to win this one now, or else I've got to win these, and you start to panic. And that's what starts to kick in with these league tables. And then, like I say, scoreboard pressure comes into play. You start having a look. You don't want to look, but you know the laptop's there. And you just have a little sneaky eye, or you're listening to conversation. Like, you try and pretend you're not interested. But I'm just going to listen to what they're saying over there, actually, because they've worked it out. So it plays with the mind, this game, more in the back room than on the stage at times.
As happy as you are to get through, is it almost a case at the same time of almost forgetting about today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I got through. Today wasn't great, like I said. But as Matt just said there, you don't want to look at the table, but all of a sudden you walk past and you just glance, and then you glance again. And I don't normally do that, but when it was on the league table, was on there, it's hard not to. But again, like I said, I don't really do the legs and this, that, and the other. But I don't know, it's hard. I hate darts. I might take up snooker or something.
Think about what we said at the very start of the day. Myself and Vincent was up here and we said the exact same thing. We said Graham came into today with something to lose. Yeah. Every other day he's coming here attacking, he's coming here with something to gain. Today he came in almost defending something. Everyone was trying to take it away from him. The odds compilers had him 2-11 favourite. He's got 4 points clear. There's only 10 points to play for. Surely he's going to go do it.
but then it starts unraveling, it starts unreeling very quickly. And yeah, it's just that extra pressure of having something that you feel you've already got, but you haven't quite got yet.
And it's so unique, I suppose, with round robin play compared to knockout. You just take everything as it comes. So I imagine you walked in this morning, particularly after you got that first one, you're thinking, I can't mess this up.
Yeah, like I say, like Matt just said there, you start and think it's not what you've got. You start protecting. You shouldn't start and sort of protect your sky. Just go out and play. But it's so easy to say, it really is, but so hard to do. It's you got a 4-point gap. You're thinking another win, that's a 6. I had a great legs difference, which would have been 8, and all of a sudden you start and look. And anyway, I got through. I'm happy. So yeah, scraped through at the end of the day.
But the first 2 days he was superb, wasn't he? But we were saying probably the most consistent player.
Yeah, and the damage was done there. And do you know what? Looking at that league table that we just saw a moment ago, if you was to ask me what the table looks like at the end of Group A, I'd say it looks like that. That's exactly what I expect the table to look like in regards to the points, in regards to how close it is and how tight it is. But I didn't expect it the way it came. In the fact, like I say, Graham had 16 points after the first couple of days. That, though, we got there. We got to the destination you'd expect. And that's the other part of the pressure with the Group A on Champions Week. Because we've not just got champions, we've got the best 6 champions of the series, the highest averages of the series. Shane Mcguirk sat bottom of the table. You play the guy bottom of the table on a regular Group A, you think, I've got 2 points on my hands here. That's the WF World Champion sat there at the bottom of the table who can pop 100 average in at any moment. You're never safe in this group.
So that is how the table looks. This is how the tournament bracket's going to look for the rest of the week. You can relax, Graham, whilst everybody else...
I don't know about relax.
Well, put it this way, it's rather easier than the rest of the week, doesn't it? John O'Shea, Adam Gavlash, Jess Smith will join Jurjen Vandervelde and Derek Coulson in Group B. And Matt, where do we begin with that Group C? Danny Van Tripe averaged 120 in his final. Andy Hamilton's made a world final. Richard McKee's going to play with an absolute air, nothing to lose. Jimmy Vansky, a former runner-up. Scott Taylor, former champion. And Shane Mcguirk, the WDF world champion.
I'm a form.
That is awful. And it's awful for the players that are in it. It's going to be great for us to watch. That's going to be drama. Now, we know the mathematical permutations. 2 from 6 from a Group C rather than 3 from 5. This week is the week that matters. Some weeks it doesn't. Last week it didn't matter. It was a benefit to be in Group C rather than Group B. Some other weeks we have a lot of debutants. We have new players, nervous players, players that aren't informed that have dropped from Group A. But when you look at the players that have come out of Group A, there's quality and class in there. You look at the players coming in, there's quality and class. Only 2 of those are going to go through, and we've got to lose 4. If anything, if I was sat in Graham's position right now, I'd be loving that group, because we're going to lose some real big hitters in there, and we're going to be losing quite a lot of people maybe you thought would have been strong contenders for this title. That Group C is, I'm going to call it now, that's the best Group C I've ever seen.
It's definitely up there. Look, let's finish off by having a chat with you, Graham. And do I need to ask the next question?
What is it?
Back into Champions Night once again. Look, you got memories of the first one here, and I mean, we were having a chat this morning for a feature we're going to put out on Saturday's show, and you got your eye. I've seen you had a little look at this. This is something you're eyeing up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I keep looking at names and man's missing, so. I'm determined that if not this time, next time, but my name will be on there. I feel confident. Today didn't show a lot of nerves today, but I will come back and I will be back stronger. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And things really have ticked the last few months. Obviously, we saw you make the final of the World Seniors Championship, but I think it's fair to say that actually since the Circus Tavern, you've played better stuff.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Since I've come off the tour. Play more frequent. I'm back to... it didn't show today, but I do feel like the game's back where it should be. So, and I can't wait. My family down, you know what my family's like. So I can't wait to get them down here. Yeah. Fingers crossed it goes all the way, but you know, we'll see what happens.
Be a quiet night on Saturday evening.
I promise.
Great, many congratulations.
Thank
We're
you.
going to let you go. You enjoy a couple of days off. Half shift for you. You're out of here.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. But we're not done just yet, because Paul Nicholson and Vincent Vanderlddera, the hard workers of the pundits, will be getting their analysis in a few moments' time. you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vanderlddera. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Mcguirk.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So I got more exposure out of that than playing at Lakeside from the last year especially.
She's a genius at what she does. I don't think she probably realised how good she is.
It's important, I think, for a lot of ladies to not try and prove yourself. Not try and, I want to play well for ladies and stuff. You just want to try and win.
The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series features the three-time world champion Beau Grease. That's going to premiere later on this evening here on Pluto TV. But all eyes this week have been on this trophy, in which Graham Usher is one step away and one step closer towards lifting for the very first time. He lost out to Conan Whitehead in the first ever final, but he is looking to put it right 10 series later. Vincent and Paul are back with us here in the studio. Vincent, he made hard work of it in the end, but I think he's a very relieved man to say he's through.
Oh, 100%. He was struggling the whole day. He was struggling, and he was thinking about the win of the group. But now it's a case of him to regroup, because in what kind of confidence you're going into the finals night. If you would have asked him after Monday, he would say, "I'm feeling the best player in the world." But right now he's a little insecure. So he has to do something the next 2 days to get that good feeling back.
Matt was mentioning in the studio with Graham that he came in today with an air of something to protect. Did that feel like an effect in terms of his performances?
From our viewpoint, definitely. It looked like he was defensive as opposed to someone who was going on the attack like he was on Monday. So I mean, you look at the daily stats, it's peculiar to see how many legs he won. He didn't win many legs at all. And if you look at the group, Vincent and I were looking at the table while he was speaking to Graham, and curiously, Graham has won the 3rd most legs in this group. Not the most, not the 2nd most, the 3rd most. And that tells you everything about the last day and a half.
In terms of Graham, would he be looking at today thinking, forget about that, just regroup moving forward?
But that's the only thing you can do, because if you look at this day, then you think, oh my God, this is not good. But he showed Monday and Tuesday that he's in a very good form. But what Paul says, today he was just defensive. And he looks so relaxed, because he's constantly smiling on the stage as well. But in the back of his head, there was a lot of tension, and that's gone now because he won the group. But then he needs to have some work done because he was far off.
Well, let's dot the I's and cross the T's then in terms of the table. Graham Usher won it, but in the end, it was only on legs difference from Jurjen Vanderlddera, who maybe if it wasn't for a slow start on Monday, it could have been a completely different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Vincent was the one who was championing the chances of Vanderlddera all the time when we were talking about Jimmy and Graham, because Jurjen was always there. He was there until the very last game of the group. So even though he didn't win the group, I think we can say he did a really good job in maintaining a position where he was always having a chance. And that was until Graham won the first leg of that final match. But it is interesting that he won it with the same points total as Andreas Harrison in Series 9, but with a lesser leg difference by 2. So that is a record on its own. It's a strange old group, but one we won't forget.
We expected some major names to drop into Group C. Maybe we didn't expect one of those names to be Jimmy Vansky.
No, to be fair to him, he was a little bit unlucky. Some of the best darts we have seen in the last 3 days was against him. You saw Mcguirk, his last match, he couldn't miss. And he had that thing, I think Coulson as well this week. He was a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, he's now has to regroup himself. He's in Group C, and that's a very tough group, so he's got a lot of work to do in the next coming days.
I'm with Matt Edgar on this one. That's the best Group C we've ever had. You've got a world champion in there. You've got Jimmy, who's a 4-time weekly champion. You've got Danny Van Tripe off the back of what he's just done on Saturday. Andy Hamilton's a 2-time champion. Scott Taylor's won pretty much everything in this building. We may never have a Group C like that ever again. That is astonishing.
Could you make an argument that Group C is tougher than Group A this week?
What?
In terms of the names in there, you had Danny Van Tripe and Andy Hamilton there. Could you argue Group C is tougher than Group A?
I don't know if it's tougher, but similar. I think this will be very close, and it will be very exciting to see who comes, who will be the top 2 in Group C.
I know who's really happy right now, and it's the people who are in Group B. They're looking at that saying, we haven't got to handle Mcguirk, who is on an upward trend this week, and we have got to deal with Jimmy Vansky. So people like Gavlas and Jeff Smith, they're thinking, bingo, what an opportunity.
Let's talk about Shane, because today, that was a huge improvement in the right direction, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is what he wants. I mean, the first day was a nightmare for him. Yesterday it was a little bit better, but he wasn't far. He was far off his best. And today we saw what he's capable of, and he must be feeling very good going into Group C. Maybe even better than Jimmy goes into Group C, because his last match was so good. He will go to bed and think, if I play like that tomorrow and Friday, I will be in the finals night.
We have been looking at statistics and watching the games for the last 3 days. We look at the table, which is now set in stone after 3 days of action. And then the one thing that really sticks out at the end, and Vincent and I had a bit of a laugh about this at the end, the best performance of the group came from the person at the bottom. Mm-hmm. So there you go. Shane is going to be chomping at the bit to get into that Group C action. He's going to be loving his chances now.
That's for Derek Coulson. He kind of snuck up on Group B a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, also that. Yeah. I mean, it was so close together. All the players are. You can say everything about all the players every day, and you see they're all so good that it was nothing in between. It was just form on the day.
We were kind of mentioning in commentary when me and Matt were together that actually have the rest of the field missed a trick in the fact that you put Derek Coulson in that Group C, you put him in a group with 2 from 6, you maybe restrict his opportunity to get through to Saturday more than maybe you would in a Group B where it's 3 from 5.
I can see what you're saying, but if you look at Derek's career here, he succeeds wherever he goes. The only time he hasn't really is Champions Night. but he's gradually getting better at that every time he cracks it. This is his 4th time in a row. He's won multiple Group C's in the past to get to Champions Night. Group B, he's gone through one of those undefeated before. So I don't think he's going to be faced by anyone or anything.
In terms of Jimmy Vanskee, the other side of the coin, he was fighting to win the group towards the end of the day. Now he is in Group C. What has he got to do to try and regroup ahead of tomorrow?
I don't think, maybe a little bit in his head that, okay, this is done now, new group, new phase. But he's not been playing really bad. I don't know. We haven't seen a really bad game of him, but he's just a little bit unlucky this week, and he must hope that his luck is turning and that he plays well enough to go through Group C. But it's going to be a really tough task to force.
Because I suppose one of the intriguing factors about that group is you look at people like Jimmy, like Shane, like Danny, they're proven in this building, but then someone like an Andy Hamilton is becoming a regular campaigner in terms of doing great things here himself.
There are no weak links in a Champions Week. I mean, even someone like Richard McKee, for instance, you saw what he did at the end of week 10. He almost hit the first 9 darter on a Saturday night to finish the week. And then it would happen 2 weeks later. So Richard McKee was the precursor to what Danny Van Trijp did. So when you're able to come through a group on a Saturday night with the likes of Ryan Brandley and Boris Krujma, you are dangerous. And I think Richard should come into this with no pressure whatsoever, because all the pressure's on the names and the reputations.
And no one's spoken about Scott Taylor yet either, have they?
Yeah, exactly. He's dangerous as well. But yeah, I got the feeling that Scott Taylor played the last 2 days just to get himself into form. And tomorrow we're going to see a different player. He knows what to do now. He knows how this works. He won this tournament before. So I expect a lot from him tomorrow.
I do too. I think Vincent's absolutely 100% correct. 3 days to get into the mode where over the next 2, it will be full throttle angry darts from Scott Taylor, because he will want that Saturday night desperately.
In terms of Jurjen Vandervelde, we weren't really talking up him too much before the start of this week, but has he talked himself into play now as we head to the second half of the week?
I think he proved himself to be one of the top guys in here. I mean, his average was never the highest, but he's very consistent and he's hard to beat. And he was very close to being in the top to win Group A. So you have to give him credits for that.
And I suppose the formula to win a Champions Week is be consistent the Monday to Friday and then have that explosive game when it matters on Saturday. We saw him do exactly that in the week he won.
Absolutely, saving his best game for the very final one. Now, if you can do that in your career, you're going to go far. But we had a conversation in commentary about the similarities between Jurjen and Marvin van Velsen. What he did was he got his way through to Group B in Series 8. And then he would just make it through to the Saturday night, but would find some of his best darts against a stacked field that Saturday night. Jurjen could do exactly that.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then one more time. And I want to get your take, gents, on the players that are coming in. And first of all, to you, Vincent, out the players that we're going to see come in, John O'Shea, Adam Gavlash, Jess Smith, Danny Van Trijp, Andy Hamilton, Richard McKee. Which one of them are you looking forward to seeing the most? And which one could make the biggest impact on this week?
If you look at form, yeah, then you would say Danny Van Trijp. He played last week and hit a 9 darter, 120 average. He must feel very confident coming into this tournament. And yeah, but all those names, they're all familiar names. I only know that Richard McKee. I don't know him, but the rest I all know, and I know what they're capable of. I mean, you got Adam Gavlash, you've got Andy Hamilton, who have a different pace to the other ones as well. So how are the other players go up with that? We don't know what kind of form there will be, but it will be a very interesting 2 days.
Something for Jurjen actually to do in that Group B, because the other four, with the greatest respect, they're not the quickest players in the world.
No, they aren't. John O'Shea does take his time, but when he's on the hockey, he does fire them quite quickly. Jeff Smith is fairly pacey, but we know that Gavlas, well, quite frankly, I think dinosaurs could come to life. He is slow, but you just got to make peace with that. But the one thing you get from Adam, look at what he did against Charlie Manby in his week. Quality when needed. His 302 in 6 darts to win his week, that was unbelievable. And he hasn't got the 3-day warm-up this time. He's going to have to hit the ground running in Group B because he's never played in one on its own.
Well, Paul, Vincent, thank you very much. We'll see you again tomorrow. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. After the break, we're going to be looking back at some of the finals which got us to this particular point. It's the Week 7 finals night after the break. The Tungsten Talk with Bo Greaves will take place tonight from 7:20. And then we're back for a double session of darts tomorrow. We'll kick off at 1 o'clock. Andy Hamilton, the Hammer, back for a second Champions Week campaign. And then we'll return at 10 o'clock. And, of course, Champions Night Saturday from 7:30 p.m. But in the end, it was the gambler who found his trump card. And he is into Champions Night on Saturday. From all of us here, take care. Bye for now.
So receiving the trophy.
Games on the forward
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44.